Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. Please make sure you hit the like and also subscribe to the channel if you are not already subscribed. So today I'm going to be talking about, the quote unquote China, the relationship between China and African nations, and who is spreading the propaganda that the Chinese are taking advantage of Africans. And I'm going to show all of that. It is clearly the Western powers, because it is in their best interest to continue to convince Africans to be their footstools. Let's not forget the same group of people who came together and colonized Africa. I'm telling you about things that are factual. It's not based in emotions and feelings. This is real history. And when you look at Africa from 1884, because I don't want to go way far, but 1884, the Europeans, including even America, they came together and put up a policy. And this policy is Africa has the raw materials, and Africa is just going to continue to, supply the raw material. You can never ever let them be free. So sometimes you have some people who like to point fingers at Africans and, oh, look at these lazy Africans, these dumb Africans, you see, because this is what is promoted in the Western world. How do you assassinate one's character when they are still alive? You shut them down. You don't allow them to speak. You don't anything about them. You turn it into a joke. So the Western media have succeeded in brainwashing, most Westerners, especially the ones that are into this identity politics. Some of these people, are being used as tools, as weapons to fight against the progress of Africa. I'm going to show you all of that. So the Western world, now that China have been increasing their footprint in Africa, most of you have been sleeping. You have been sleeping, and now you realize China have been gaining grounds. This is been their policy since early 2000. The Chinese have been expanding. I have been reading hit piece articles, you know, from the New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, you name it. So this is how you know these Westerners are intimidated by the Chinese having any sort of, relationship with Africans, because they want Africans to entirely depend on the West. If you look at it in the 90s, the Westerners, any African nation, any African leader that opposes, mind you, there are bad exploitation traits that they put on African nations. If a strong man emerges, they are automatically killed. That would mean they see Africa as their playground. They own Africa. And I've been following this since early 2000s. I've been reading about their policy, you know. So I'm going to talk about the blacks, how they come into play. Because you see, the blacks are not all of them, but the identitarians. They are a part of this same machine that promotes, the propaganda. They are the foot soldiers of the people that want this promoted. And I will explain. I'm not just going to leave it as it is, because I have several clips here, where African diplomat, African president, you hear, their conversation with other people. Because, like, it's never a tale until you hear both sides. You've got these Western Europeans, American so-called experts, talking about they are concerned about what, China is going to take advantage of Africa. Are you kidding me? China is going to take advantage of Africa. China cannot take any more advantage than what the Western world is already doing. At least it's fair exchange, fair deal. If you look at the way African nations that are colonized, how they were set up, this is the reason why you see most of Africa is poor. Because the people that colonize these nations, these Europeans from various countries that today are acting like they are good Samaritans, talking about they are doing favors to Africa. When I finish, you're going to hear exactly that. This so-called aid that they talk about, it's not really aid. Go look at every colony. Every colony. These Europeans, they've worked hard. The French, the British, Dutch, you name it. They've connived, they've come together, during the colonial era, physical era. They built the wealth to be centered in just one area. And this area only have connection to the homeland of the colonizer. It is not built where African nations, African people, even in the same country, to be connected with one another. This is definitely not built that way. And you guys see the results of that. So China is not coming in as the quote unquote savior, as the savior. Oh, we're giving you aid. Is that really aid? Let's just be real. You guys just heard about, what the U.S. State Department, what did they try to use against African nations? What type of intimidation? They say, we're just going to cut off foreign aid. So you see what China is doing in Africa. The Chinese are not superior to Africans. See, when the Chinese are coming, their diplomats come to African nations. Africans roll red carpet for them. And when the Africans go there, they roll the red carpet for Africans. But now let's look at the Europeans, the Americans. Our dignitaries, when they travel to these nations, do they roll the red carpet out for them? They do not. They think they are superior to us. Now everybody wants to come and pretend they want to, speak on behalf of Africa. And a lot of these hoteps are doing it. People who are raised in a slave-minded society, somebody who is programmed to look at just the physical appearance and focus on that. So those people are now the real foot soldiers of the quote unquote, white supremacists, the people they call in white supremacists, you know, they are repeating what those people are saying. They are in cahoots in the same team. But Africans are not intimidated by that. Africans are not even counting on that. So let me play this video here. It's a conversation between the Namibian president and a German ambassador. And the German ambassador, let me see, Zongo said, Afridamus, the Chinese don't roll the red carpet for the Africans either. Zongo, hold your thought. I have an actual expert who worked in government. And shout out to Bantu Queen for blessing us with this, the footage that I have to show. See, Zongo, I notice you are quick to, you are one of the foot soldiers. You just don't realize it, but there is like this program, like some people, they don't even realize they are programmed to go against anything African, to talk down on Africa, like you're not realizing it, but you're pushing, you're like, hey, you Africans, just stick with the white masters. That's not the case here. You will see by the time I'm done here. So you guys are talking about ordinary people, dusties. I'm talking about the relationship, like the presidents, the dignitaries. The Europeans do not roll red carpet for African leaders. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Okay? Especially the Americans. Go check out Patrice Lumumba's, about his life, his documentary. When he came even to the United States, he was the prime minister then of a nation. Go find out, the US, they didn't even they didn't meet him. You know who met him? To be honest, it was the blacks. Like one of those, like one of those black groups. They were the ones that went to go meet him. So let me get into this here. Give me a second. Here, let's go. Let me do my disclaimer, and then we would go deep into this. Zongo, I get it. Just relax. Let's allow the African side also to speak for themselves, Let's not just go with the narrative that people that pretend to love Africa, but little did they know they just want to feel superior to Africans. Here we go. All right. Now that I got that out of the way, let me play you a discussion between the Namibian president and the a German ambassador, because Germany colonized Namibia. There's still German population there. These Germans, they killed, over 100,000, Hereros, natives of that nation, right? And they still, before they did the World War II genocide, they did this to the Herero people. So these same Germans, and now they are concerned about the Chinese coming to Africa. So now, guys, you will see clearly. The table is clear. All those who are quote unquote claiming, oh, we are concerned about the Chinese coming to Africa. You know, these people do not care about Africa. Just so you know, these people want Africans not to ever have any other option, no competition. They want Africa to continue to turn onto them. Now, Africa, let's be real. Where did that ever take us? They humiliate us whenever they feel like it. They put sanctions on us when we don't do what they like. They disrespect our leaders, kill our populations. Yes, of course, sometimes they claim they help. You know, they they siphon wealth out of African nations. They don't pay taxes. It's a disgrace. Let me see this guy. Said Jonathan. He said, stop saying Africans. I never heard a Mexican call themselves American. They, man, this guy must be the biggest idiot in this chat. He must be the biggest idiot. So if I don't, so you want me to call myself a Gambian? What continent is Gambian in? You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm talking about. The blacks, most of them have a slave mentality. They don't believe in themselves. So for him, since he's never heard a Mexican call themselves American, so I should not call myself an African. Well, buddy, since you've never heard it, welcome. You've heard it today. Okay? If a white man doesn't say it, this Jonathan and others, as far as they are concerned, oh, how dare you call yourself, by the place where you come from? How dare you? Okay, let's do this. Let me play this conversation. Namibian president and the German chancellor, and hear what they say.
Whereas in Namibia, for example, the number of Chinese people living here in the meantime is 4 times as much as, for example, the German community.
So he's concerned that, for example, the Chinese that are living there is 4 times the amount of the Germans that live there in an African nation. They still want to decide, right? So who else? What other group do you guys know who's also concerned about the Chinese coming to Africa? Who else? You see what I'm saying? The same people, the person that they say, the people that they say are their enemies, their goals seem to be the same. So this German's concern is about Chinese being there in Namibia, just like they are concerned about Chinese being in all those countries.
And so far, it's not precisely the same what takes place all over the world. There are differences. And what I'm...
Mr. Speaker, yeah. What is your problem with that? Why does it become your problem? It looks like it's a more European problem than our problem.
Exactly. Mr. President said it well. Guys, have you ever thought about this? Some of you hoteps, want to be black powers that run around here. Oh, the Chinese coming to Africa. So why are you worried? You're not Chinese. This sounds more like your problem, not an African problem. You see? Not an African problem. So here we go.
You are so sorry for us. I don't see Chinese will never come and play around here. As Germans not allowed to do that, which Germans are doing, by the way. You talk about Chinese. We allow Germans to come offer visas here. Red carpet. Our people are harassed in Germany. Even diplomatic passport holders.
Did you guys hear that? He said we're not going to allow the Chinese to come out here and try to run amok, run all over us. Just as you Germans yourself, you hear, you notice, you can't do that. But you know what? We roll, we allow you to come here and issue visas to our people. They go over there. You guys harass them, even diplomatic passport holders. Why don't you talk about that? But you worried about the Chinese. You know, we are welcoming the Chinese to come over. So they want to tell Africans who they can or cannot have in Africa. Now you guys understand why these B1 people, I told you guys, Africans, they are a distraction. They are enemies of progress in Africa. Ignore them, ignore them. This is why. These people don't build anything. They're not bringing anything to Africa other than trying to be a hindrance for the progress of Africa. Any one of them like you hear them talking about the Chinese, ignore them. They are bumbling idiots. They don't know what they are talking about. They don't know anything about Africa because they are coming from a place of massa. My white people are God, and therefore, why are you Africans daring to, be free and make decisions? So these Germans here think they own Namibia, trying to tell the Namibian president that there's too many Chinese there. There's too many Chinese, as if that country belongs to them.
In Germany. And you come in here, Germans come in here as they want. So why Chinese talk about Germans? How you are treating us there? Chinese don't treat us like that. Diplomatic passport, we will handle our own country. Don't be sorry for us.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So did you guys hear that? He said, don't feel sorry for us. If you want to come here, let's discuss about how you Germans treat our people back there. We can do that. But all this pretense like you're feeling sorry for Africans, don't feel sorry for us. We can handle our own country.
Every time Westerner comes, it's about Chinese.
All right. You guys heard that, right? You heard that. So what the president is saying is, okay, these people, every single time, the question is Chinese, Chinese, Chinese. Who else? Who else is doing this? Who else is roaming Africa and making videos upon videos or living in African nations and just spreading these lies and propaganda about Africa? Well, I have a video here. Let me show you. Give me a moment. I have a video that I want you guys to see, right? This is the black section. The black section is a very short one. I want you guys to hear how they are part of all this, how they are like the foot soldiers of these white people. They are spreading propaganda without even, I don't know. It's like they channel their inner white supremacists. Because you see what the president said to that man? He said, don't feel sorry for us, because isn't that how they all pretend? Oh, we are concerned about Africans. Sir, how are you concerned about Africa? You should be concerned about yourself. So here we go. Let me play this video. And this is fair use here. Okay. So this is a video made by the Bag family, right? They live in the Gambia. He made a video because he saw a few Chinese. He put invasion, saying they are there to invade, and he authorized those people. So what we need to put across is, when you're a guest in someone's house, do not disrespect the other guests they invite there. But some of these people they're not gonna understand this until those of us that are natives to those lands, put it straight to them. Here we go.
We're over here at the
So they see a couple of Chinese, and for some reason they lost it. He is acting just like that German. So the German ambassador saw the Chinese, the white man freaks out. The blacks go to Africa, they freak out. Are they secretly white? Have they been white this whole time when I was telling you guys that, it's only the Western minded ones who are concerned about Chinese coming to Africa?
Hello, Bag family. We're over here at the
So guys, think about it. These Chinese didn't just show up on their own. These people are invited here by the government, their relationship with the government. They're here for business purposes. But since, some people are concerned about the Chinese, they're going around filming any Chinese they see. And they're like, oh, these people are invading. But you yourself, you're not even from that land. You're 23andMe African, but you want to be, I'll let you listen.
I guess place where you come to do your paperwork. But hopefully you saw the beginning of that. But what's look like it's an invasion over here, guys. Two or three truckloads of others. You know what I'm saying? But we still acting like we got options.
Did you guys hear that? He's like, oh, it's others, So I'll just play a short part of that. And so he's planting in his viewer's head that, oh yeah, because these Chinese come here, they are invading Africa. But I have a video to show you guys African diplomat speaking about why and how the Chinese are in Africa.
And everything. Then it go back there. It's about like maybe 10, 15 of them coming into the place where they see plenty of opportunities and stuff, but yet and still we say we got options. Oh well, thought I'd just show you that, guys.
All right, guys, you see that, right? It does not make sense. So the Chinese, right, are there invited. They're there to do business. They're not there, on YouTube fighting and telling Africans, y'all are gonna be taking over, like killing us with just empty talk. So you're going around filming the Chinese who are there to do work. Now let's hear an African diplomat, because they like to say, it is just these Africans just talking, they are coons. They don't know what they are talking about. But that, let me tell you guys, in fact, that's their way of telling you they do not respect Africans. See, the moment you say things that they don't want you to say, now what you're saying is not important anymore. So they want to shut Africans down. What's the best way to exploit someone? If they are quiet, if they pretend that they are slow, then you can exploit them. But we clearly see who can butter our bread. It is the Chinese. We are not fools. Okay? The Chinese are not just coming giving empty talk, filming other people and acting intimidated. So my point is, it's not a matter of racial thing. It is the Western ideology, the Western power. The West want to keep Africa on its knees. They do not want any other competition. And these people that are going to Africa also, these videos that you see, they don't want Africans to progress either. They are still, indoctrinated. They have that Western mentality. They want Africa to be kept in the position that it's in today, because that gives not only the white Westerners advantage over Africans, they benefit from that as well. So therefore, why wouldn't they spew and repeat what the Western media is putting out there? That's what they are putting out. Mind you, this man is in a country. He rides on roads that are built by Chinese. It's not by that hate group or blackity black group, right? Lots of those roads could, built by Chinese. You see them working. So you want the Africans to trade those people for you. Think about that. All right, let me go to the next video here, ladies and gentlemen. This was sent to me by, Bantu Queen. Shout out to Bantu Queen. I took the time, checked out the video. Very, very interesting and, informative, video. This video has it all. This is an African diplomat who is from Liberia. Very, very smart guy. He works in the government, and he is going to tell us, give us the 411. And here we go. So you got to respect your host. You don't just start lying on them, Here we go.
The interests of Africa and African countries, and I thought I should provide perspective in terms of China, the relationship between China and Africa.
So he's gonna offer African perspective, since the white people, black Westerners, all of them got so much to say, right? Now let's hear the African perspective. You heard the president of Namibia. I'm sure nobody's confused about where he stands. Now let's hear how the Chinese even, started coming to Africa, more and more.
Africa. So I wanted to structure my thoughts under three headings. One of them is the first one is what I call the inadequacy of Africa's previous relationships. And then the second one is the suitability of China as a partner for Africa. And third, going forward, what next? So China doesn't just show up in Africa, right? I mean, China doesn't show up in Africa in a vacuum.
Did you guys hear that? Those Chinese you see there, they did not just wake up one day and just show up in Africa without being invited. You see? That's not what happened. So let's hear how they came. Because, the West, like I said, they want monopoly. They want to monopolize, who can be, they want to be the only friends, in quotes, to Africa. Like no competition. So they've been abusing Africans. It's like that girlfriend you've been abusing, and finally they found a new boyfriend. And this boyfriend, it's like, hey, I got money too. It's going to be fair. Now the old boyfriend is coming talking about, oh man, they're going to kick you. He's going to slap you. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. So here we go.
Here's what was happening. throughout the 90s, if you were to ask people, anybody who remembers or who was old enough to remember what happened in Africa in the 90s, you would know that in the 90s, Africa was a place of the first things that were happening on the continent in the 90s were wars, a lot of civil wars, Black Hawk Down, the Rwandan genocide, the Liberian Civil War, the Sierra Leonean Civil War, what was called Africa's World War, when Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Uganda fought in the Democratic Republic of Congo with different.
So, you know, the people, these countries that some of you are going around, running around with your cameras, just filming, he's giving you the history, because most of you like to talk about, 400 years ago. Look, in the 90s, you will not be roaming Africa like this. That's the point. The man is right. The place was hot. You know, there was civil war going on in Africa, in most parts. I have even, you know, seen some of that with my own eyes, experienced it. So let's follow where Africa was and where Africa is today.
Rebels get there. And so with all of these wars happening across the continent, then they precipitated humanitarian disasters. You have huge numbers of internally displaced people, and you have had refugees. I too was a refugee during the war. I finished high school in a refugee camp in Cote d'Ivoire. So this is one of the things that was happening in Africa in the 90s, a lot of wars. And those wars were in part funneled, driven by what had happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Light weapons became easily available, and enterprising people sold.
So you look at it, in the 90s, 2000s, early, it was not cool to be African in the Western world. They just, you know, it's like the Black sector, the Black Americans, they will, you heard some of them, they make, not all, but some of them, they make fun of people who are refugees. They even do that here online. Mind you, the tragedy of Africa was laughed at. You know, other people, you know, would disguise themselves as humanitarians when in fact, you know, they are there to enrich themselves. Like right now, like what's happening in some parts of northern Nigeria. You know, they have a mineral resource they are called californium. Go look it up. You know, the most expensive mineral on the market. But they'll say, oh yeah, the Boko Haram people, you know, this is it's not a safe place, but you got all these white people, you know, moving in, you know, leasing places for years to be there. What are they there for? A war zone. It's very interesting. And they are the one, you know, they don't get touched. It's the Africans who get killed. It's very interesting.
Arms to rebel groups across the continent. And so you had wars. And with the wars, like I said, you have significant humanitarian crisis. But that wasn't the only thing. There was a huge disease burden. HIV/AIDS, if you remember, throughout the 90s and early aughts, was ravaging the continent. Central and Southern Africa were being wiped out. You had entire villages where there were two generations with a missing generation. You had the grandparents and the children, and the entire generation of parents were wiped out. So you had that. You had malaria. You had all of the tropical diseases you can think about. Those were happening. So it was not just the wars that were ravaging the continent. It was also the disease burden. Then something came back to bite us. A lot of African countries had taken out significant debt in the 70s, and that debt then came due. And so we came to an instance where most African countries were spending up to 60% of government revenues on just simply servicing debt. And in some instances, it was just interest, not even the, and because for years they had not serviced the debt, they accrued punitive interest and punitive charges. And so let's go back. You had wars, disease, debt. Within this context, very few companies, very few in the West looked at Africa as a place to do business.
He's right. So guys, think about it. With all the things he's named, Westerners don't want to come to Africa. Even today, you've heard people, the way they speak about Africa. So they're not interested in investing there whatsoever. So, but that doesn't mean somebody else doesn't want to. Let's continue.
Most of Western policy toward Africa was actually filtered through the lens of development and aid. This was the picture of what was happening in Africa in the year 2000, when China hosted the first forum on China-Africa cooperation, FOCAC. And the FOCAC was held in Beijing. 40 African heads of states and governments were invited. And 2000 happened to be a very fortuitous year because that was the year that China first did its going out policy. When Chinese firms.
Did you guys hear this? Year 2000 was China's, because see, if you want to build riches, like you want to build your country like China, the United States, all these big economies, they have a policy that they put in place and they act on that. So China's is more business oriented than, master-slave relationship that the Westerners like to, employ.
Were encouraged to go out to seek access to resources, but to seek access to markets. So when everyone else, and everyone else, I mean the West, saw Africa mainly through the lens of development aid, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, there was still, the Chinese actually saw an opportunity to do business. So Chinese companies go out into Africa. Now, why? All right, at this time, something else was happening. I mean, globalization is actually taking off. And we know what happened. Well, I have an argument of what happened. I mean, you may not agree with me, but in globalization, labor lost and capital won. And so when capital won, what happened was in places where capital was cheap but labor was high, like here, capital then began to invest in places where labor was cheap. Initially, it wasn't directly in China. Anyone who remembers what happened in the 90s, it was the maquiladoras in Mexico along the border with the US-Mexico border when these huge factories were moving over there. But eventually, as trade became more widespread and travel became.
See, he's absolutely right. So the United States was using Mexico, transferring their plants there, the jobs there, because it's cheaper to set up there. These corporations were shipping out the jobs, then eventually to China. So China also has to find a place where it will be cheaper to do business. This is how the world works.
Easier, then global value chains began to develop, and China was in the middle of global value chains. China became like the factory of the world. And what do you need in a factory? You need resources to be.
Lonnie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. So he's talking about for China to be able to supply the world, which they are doing now. Guess what you need? Resources, raw materials. And guess who has those? You guessed it.
Able to convert that to finished products. Where did you have resources? Africa had the largest endowment of natural resources. So it made sense that China would go to Africa seeking resources. So that's one. It was just driven by what was happening in terms of the global economy. But secondly, China has always been suspicious of its presence and how it would be accepted by the rest of the world. And so China didn't simply want access to resources. China could always get access to resources on the international market. You could buy or you could buy whatever you wanted on the international market, but China wanted access at source, right? And the Chinese suspicion was vindicated, right, with the trade war and everything. So China didn't want to have to depend on other people for material, for resources that it.
So you guys see why it's a better competition here. So China, we watch Chinese learn from the, Westerners. Look, when Mao Zedong came, transforming China, when they had that, like I'm talking super communist. China is still communist, whatsoever. But they were not interested in reinventing the wheel. All they did was they are like, hey, somebody have already invented this. It's right here. We can just take it and just add our own to it. That's exactly what China did and they are doing now. So they are smart for not allowing the Western world to control these resources. Like they would have monopoly on the African resources, then Chinese would have to go and buy from them. They are like, no, we'll go to the source. We control the whole thing. Astro said, Afridamus, China is a capitalist country, not communist. No, their economic policy, economically, they practice capitalism, but it is a communist government. Go read about them. There's a difference, sir, and I know that difference.
Considered crucial to its economy, and so it wanted access to this at source. So Chinese companies went into Africa and negotiated deals with African governments for access to iron ore, gold, diamond, oil, whatever you can think about, they developed that. And for the first time, something changed. It wasn't simply that, but China offered a completely different model than the one that we had seen before. So you can, and listen, everything I'm saying here today, obviously you're free to check it out later. But recently there was a report where 101 companies either listed on the London Stock Exchange or domiciled in the UK own the rights to $1 trillion of resources in Africa. So the resources are in the ground in Africa, but ownership to these resources, right? Access to these resources is for companies that are listed on the London Stock Exchange.
Did you guys hear this? This man is talking trillions of dollars worth of wealth in the African, soil, in resources. So in the UK, the London Exchange, over 100 companies, all European companies, all Europeans who, they are listed on this, they are the ones trying to claim ownership to African resources in the grounds of Africa. But these people want to tell us the Chinese are colonizing us. Police.
And that's how it was done. A Western company or Chevron shows up in an African country, signs an agreement with an African government. And the way it works is we pay you in terms of royalty and taxes. And then the government was responsible to take the resources and develop its country, pay for services, pay for infrastructure. China offered a different model, resource for oil, for infrastructure deals. So basically the Chinese offer was, against payment on resources you should have, you can take out a loan and build the infrastructure you need. And up to today, Africa still lags the rest of the world on every measure of infrastructure coverage, especially with paved roads and electricity.
So you hear that? So what he's laying out here, he's telling you our dealings with Western companies. So these people don't even pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? So our dealings with them, nothing improved. Now he's going to lay out the Chinese plan.
I'll give you an example. And I always like to use this because it tells you how stark it is, that only 43% of the roads in Africa are paved. And 30% of all the paved roads in Africa are in one country, South Africa. That is the scale of the infrastructure gap on the continent. And because in most Africa, especially Africa south of the Sahara, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the infrastructure on which to be able to build a modern economy. Last year, 2017, Africa's total share of global trade was equal to South Korea, which is around 2.93%. This is a continent of about 1 billion people. And so when the Chinese show up and for the first time begin to build infrastructure that was not geared on the colonial infrastructure that most African countries inherited.
Did you hear that? The Chinese showed up building infrastructure. So I heard that Jonathan guy wrote here, oh, the Africans can build their own road. Sir, if our resources, our money can build it, who cares? See, the ego that some of you have, we don't suffer from egocentrism. We are here to correct, the mistakes from previously. We are seeing it, and we do not need people like you, who don't understand the system to try to tell us how it should work. Deuces of Growth, thank you for the super chat. He said, they like to point fingers at others to remove, make themselves look innocent. They don't like to accept the truth about their actions. Exactly. No accountability. 100% right. Thank you for the super chat.
Colonial infrastructure was basically the center and the periphery, and it was intended to take resources from the periphery and take it to the center. Now, in a world where regional value chains and global value chains are becoming prevalent, that's not possible in Africa because...
Did you guys hear this? So these Europeans, even Americans talking, oh, we're giving Africa aid. So for over 200 years, these people have been getting free resources out of Africa. Free. They were not paying for it. But then they say, oh, the Africans are lazy. Oh, we are helping them. Oh, you're helping us? Are you serious? You're helping us.
Because the infrastructure was not meant to connect African country to African country. It was meant to connect African country to the host, to the colonial, whatever. What China is doing now in terms of the infrastructure that they're building is connecting African cities, African capitals, making it possible for global value chains, regional value chains to develop. So it wasn't as if China showed up in Africa in a vacuum. It was that the relationship that most African countries had, there were things missing from it. It was a bit inadequate.
Do you guys hear that? So some of you, inept Negroes that are traveling around Africa, wherever you see Chinese, you put out the camera. Well, remember this, you don't have the money to buy the resources. You don't have the competence to build roads, So just go build your little spot that you can build, and you building that for yourself, not for anybody else, but yourself. Stay out of the way and allow the Chinese to build roads that would connect our cities in Africa. That's what we are lacking in Africa. Guys, do you know what the economy, even just in West Africa, would be like if they connect those roads from Banjul, Dakar, into Mali, Burkina Faso, all the way to Nigeria? These countries just connecting roads like here in the United States. That economy will be unstoppable. But you see, the European colonizers, when they were there, they made sure they cut off, travel and communication, between, Africans in a larger scale. The only travel that's easy is to go to the European nations. Even today, you look at it, it is cheaper. It is cheaper to ship stuff from European countries than to ship from African to African. So that has to change. I'm pretty sure the Chinese, we keep working with them, that's all going to change. This is what the Westerners don't want. They don't want Africans to stop being the abused, battered girlfriend, the one that you keep giving black eye to. And whenever she complains, you just tell her, there's ice in the freezer. Just put it on your black eye. Oh, when you're going to work, put on sunglasses so people don't see that I've been abusing you. This is the type of game they're trying to play. Now she goes and finds a new man. You're like, oh, that man, he ain't no good. Let me find out on my own. We'll continue.
So after the colonial experience, of course, then we had Western companies that were coming into African countries and then negotiating. It wasn't now states, it was Western companies. And, I don't know how to say this, but the deals weren't always fair. I'll give you an example. I actually printed it out. The guy in Tanzania, Magufuli, showed up and accused Barrick Gold. So Acacia Mining, which is a division of Barrick Gold, he accused them of not paying taxes. And eventually he decided to cancel their concession agreement. He said they owed Tanzania billions of dollars. But this is what they, and the reason he raised this was in 2015, between 2010 and 2015, they paid only 8% in taxes and royalties to the government. But between those years, they paid $444 million in dividends to their shareholder while not paying any corporate income tax in Tanzania.
Did you guys hear that? So these people operate in Tanzania, they are paying dividends to their investors, but the country where they do business in, they're not paying taxes. They are stealing from Tanzania. But Lord forbid, this is the same people that are like, oh yeah, we're giving these people aid. This is straight theft. This is straight theft. So this is what they don't want this to stop. So while, people are in the West receiving big dividends, living luxury life, but they're stealing this money from those countries. The man is reading proof here. But the same people, especially the blacks that like to peddle, Western propaganda, misinformation. Oh man, these Africans are so poor. Look at Tanzania. Well, you heard it. This is why the place is hard to make it, because your white masters are stealing from these places.
And so when he came on, the CEO of Acacia Mining admits that the original mining agreement was not equitable. These were the kinds of agreement a lot of African countries entered into with Western firms. And so even though the resources were being mined in the country, very little was actually being paid in the country in terms of taxes to be able to finance this. And so it was the inadequacy of these relationships that made it easy for a partner like China to show up and for most African countries to just welcome the Chinese the way they did. So that's one. The second thing was just the suitability of China as a partner. One of the things that is not spoken about in terms of China in Africa is how, with the arrival of the Chinese, even contracts, civil works contracts, building roads, building power plants that are put out in terms of open tender are now increasingly won by the Chinese. And it's not because they're providing low quality works. It's just because the cost of a Chinese company doing the project is significantly lower than the cost of a European company doing the project.
Did you guys hear that? So like we have slave-minded people that run around. Oh man, look at these Africans worshiping the Chinese. No, there is many factors. Africans, we want to win too. Why are we going to continue being in a relationship where we will never win? Why would we do that? That's so stupid. So it's simple. Cost also plays a role. Cost plays a role. This, the European companies, they want to charge, like they want to charge you for generations. The Chinese one is cheaper and it's quality.
And I was saying to him, I was a Minister of Public Works, and one of the projects we did was financed by the African Development Bank. The total cost of the project was around $70 million. That's what we knew it was a road project.
So this guy is not just an ordinary guy. He was Minister of Works. So he's not just some guy babbling. And some of you that are in your feelings, oh, the Chinese, they don't roll the red carpet. Let's hear from the man who sits at the table. Let's hear from him.
And we had one European firm, French company, that bid, and we had about 17 Chinese companies, right? Obviously, just a law of averages, the winner is going to be Chinese. But the European company's bid price for a $70 million contract was $86 million. So on the day the bid was opened, you knew the European company was not going to win. But the Chinese company came in at 68.7 million in terms of being able to do that. And why? I mean, there are accusations that sometimes it's because the Chinese companies bribe African policymakers, and that is true. There are instances in which a lot of Chinese companies would win bid projects by bribing. But sometimes it's just basic project. The European company is going to mobilize with Mercedes trucks, with Scania, Volvo. Those trucks are really, really expensive to do the work. The Chinese company is going to mobilize with Howo, Sinotruck, right? That sometimes one Mercedes truck is as expensive as 2.5 Howo trucks, right? And so that's one. Most times when a European company mobilizes, the European company mobilizes with insurance for Europeans working there. Of course, you need insurance. They need R&R. The Chinese company, I'm not sure what the insurance structure is like for the Chinese companies, right? And so,
you see, hey, the Chinese, they don't bother the Africans with that part of it. They take care of all that. So
over and over, what we're seeing in civil works is that Chinese investment in terms of Chinese companies tend to be more price competitive without reducing the quality of what is produced. And I'd like to tell a story in terms of the relationship also between African governments and the Chinese government. When I was
I want you, naysayers who always want to see Africans on their knees and spreading lies and propaganda, about the relationship between African governments and Chinese. Let's let a man who is a diplomat tell us, instead of just spreading lies. Let's hear from an African.
In 2008, I was very close to a friend of mine was a part of the preparation for a delegation from Kenya to visit the U.S. And the Kenyan Speaker of Parliament requested a meeting with then Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
So you hear this? Yes, Game Jewel, you're right. He's Liberian. You recognize the accent. So they came to the U.S. to visit. They're in a meeting. So the Kenyan Speaker of the House They came to the US. Let's find out what happened.
For this, I had water. Anyway. And when the Kenyan delegation requested a meeting with Speaker Pelosi, they were told, I don't know if it's Speaker Pelosi herself who told them, but they were told by staff that Speaker Pelosi meets with heads of state, not speakers from Kenya.
Did you hear that? So the American arrogance. So she's the Speaker of the House, but she's like, nah, she does not meet speakers from Kenya and places like that. She meets with head of state. That means the U.S. head of state is far above any of the other heads of state. Is the Speaker is who is at that level. Why would she meet a Kenyan House Speaker? But let's continue.
So there's that. I returned to Liberia, and in 2010, I was an aide in the president's office, just like a regular aide, guy who takes notes. And I accompanied the foreign minister of Liberia to China on a visit. It wasn't even like a state visit, it was an official visit. And we went to China, and so up to today, I don't know what the Beijing airport looks like, just because we didn't use we didn't come in like regular people. Like, we were taken off the plane from when the plane landed, and we didn't see anything until we were in our hotel room.
See, that's VIP treatment. The man, hey, even saying it, thinking about it is putting a smile on his face. Because if they, you come through in the Western world like America, they're treating them like nothing. The Chinese, he said he didn't even know what the airport looked like. They didn't put them through like, they are just ordinary people. They are there for business. They are given the red carpet. This is what I was talking about.
Because, it's an official delegation. There is something about how the Chinese would treat African delegations, regardless of how small the country is, in terms of how weak the country is, in terms of its power, that such a treatment most African countries would not get in any European capital. But more importantly, me and the foreign minister of a small country like Liberia, by then we were like around 3.8, 3.9 million people. Our foreign minister met with Xi Jinping. By then he was vice president of China. And the only reason we didn't meet with Hu Jintao was because John Kerry was visiting China and he was meeting with Hu Jintao at the same time. This was the quality of representation in terms of how the Chinese treated a small African government.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Some of you that, oh man, why would the Africans deal with the Chinese? Oh no, the Africans just want to go to the people that, treats them like less than, Let me see here. Yes, thank you for the super chat. You said the pretendians. I hope they are listening. Well, let's find out if they are listening here.
Let's talk about
doing
this.
Your DNA testing,
Pretendians.
Right? And I'm still waiting for the pretendians to get their DNA. All my I ain't from Africa people, you have not taken the DNA test. I want to know why. All you pretendians, why are you not taking the DNA test?
Thank you for the super chat. Yes, the pretendians, take your DNA test.
Are an African policymaker and you stand back and think about it. What about this relationship make you not embrace what the Chinese have to offer? So it was also the suitability of China as a partner, because Africa had a huge infrastructure need. China had great capacity in providing that need. Most African countries have been cut off from international financial markets. China provided the financing to be able to do this. And for the average African citizen, for the first time in a long time, they could see the direct connection between resources leaving your country and some sort of benefit, whether it was power, an airport, or a road available to you.
If you enjoyed this video.
All right. So did you pretendians and they want to be, so-called African scholars, did you guys hear from the African perspective, diplomat, from the president? So I am going to drop the link now and open up the discussion. Guys, hit the link, come through, and let's have this conversation. Okay, hit that link, and while we are at that, let me thank the people that donated to the super chat here while I wait for people to hit the link here. So yeah, come through, feel free to express what you think about this. Oh, if you still are in the camp of, oh no, you Africans, We feel sorry for you. But for the meantime, let's see what's happening with the pretendians.
Let's talk
Been
about
doing
this.
your DNA testing,
Pretendians.
right? And I'm still waiting for the pretendians to get their DNA. All my I ain't from Africa people, you have not taken the DNA test. I want to know why. All you pretendians, why are you not taking the DNA test? If you don't come from Africa, why can't you take the DNA test so we can know that you came from Mexico or California or Venezuela? You came from Montana.
All right, we are back here again. Be brave. Welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Hey there, Aphrodamos. My mic good?
Your mic is loud and clear, perfect.
Alrighty.
Be brave.
Not too loud.
Did you get a chance to watch from the beginning?
Yes.
All right. So hit me
Go
with
ahead.
it. What do you think about why
Well-
are these Western powers concerned about China being in Africa?
What Africa is a victim of right now, Aphrodamos, is pretend politics. We in the U.S. see we haven't grasped yet that the global corporate machine has controlled us for 100 years. We still think we got a Trump and a Biden. See what I'm saying? So we in the U.S. think like children. So what happens is I want China in Africa. I'm very pleased that that's happening. The global corporate machine, I do not release China from them. I think they're a part of it. What I look at as China coming into Africa is a kinder and gentler colonization, because people don't want to think of Germany as having been colonized, Austria having been colonized, the U.S. having been colonized. See, we live in our fantasy world, so
Right.
we don't want Africa to take part of what I call still colonization. If I were an African, I would tell people that are telling us to be aware of China, I would say, you're living in a pretend world.
Right.
Don't do that to me. We want to develop. We want to get in on the fun. If that means allowing the global corporate machine to come in and do something in a humane, dignified manner, leave us alone.
Right. Are you surprised about the conversation between the German ambassador and the president of Namibia, considering the history of what the Germans did to the Herero people there just to steal their land?
Aphrodamos, I'm not surprised of the filth that the Europeans did all over the planet. Forget Africa. I know it's been more recent, probably. But even as 73 in Indonesia,
I forgot about them. Yeah.
the white Europeans have been used as mercenaries for this corporate machine. I don't even blame the German people. I blame the corporate machine for taking the German people and using them like pit bull rabid animals. That's all you can describe it as. We got soldiers in the U.S. right now joining the armed forces thinking they're freedom fighters when all they are is corporate machine mercenaries. So the whole thing revolves around one big damn planetary illusion. And because, see, I'm a one world proponent with relative sovereignty. The one world that I am a proponent of is because the natural resources of the planet are spread around all the planet. That needs central planning. I don't care who says what. Or you would have wars everywhere all the time, and I mean real ones. So you got one corporate machine that has this magnificent military that is now playing very gentle, in a very gentle manner, through China. They're playing very gently with Africa and offering to bring Africa into the game, into the fun.
Right. Yeah, because you know, like us Africans, we're like, hey, we're watching it. The cooking has been done with our ingredients. We're bringing the ingredients. But here's one individual group saying, okay, fine, Africans, you've done enough, but you can't eat this food. You can't eat it. In fact, we'll just take like a little fraction and say, you know what, we're giving you aid. Now we have another cook who's like, hey, we'll show you how to cook. In fact, when the food is ready, you know, you get to eat too. Who you gonna go with?
I'm going with the new cook, because the old cook didn't cook very good meals.
Exactly.
But the old cook is still in control of the new cook. Abradamus, don't make that mistake.
Yes. Oh, I trust me, I'm aware of that. But you know, the old cook, right?
Yes.
Now, because the old cook doesn't want the Africans to understand what is happening. Because if now, even though China is under the old cook, but China is not fully controlled by the old cook, because the China is now using Africa against the old cook. It's like, hey, we'll wake them up. You can, if you don't control the Africans, then it's game over.
Abradamus, I disagree. The old cook controls the new cook entirely. The old cook can't do the old cooking anymore because the people of the world would catch on. So they bring in a new cook and they make it look much more humane. And it will be much more humane. But it still keeps Africa firmly under the control of the old cook. Don't ever think that that Africa is getting free or China's doing anything to get to use you.
No, I'm not deluded by that.
I know.
The idea opening the roads between African cities,
yes,
that would give Africans the opportunity to be in the driver's seat.
And that's right. But however, if we're in the U.S. aren't in the driver's seat, Abradamus, and we're not the citizens,
right?
Okay, so don't get your hopes up about Africans being in the driver's seat. Africans are being allowed to be humane and dignified now. That's the difference. Who cares if they're in the driver's seat? Right. I want dignity. I want to take part in eating and going to work and working and coming home and having a family. I don't care if we're in the driver's seat. That's what I tell my American idiots here in the U.S. Stop thinking you're in the driver's seat. You're deluded. You sound like a silly child to think that we can get control from this corporate machine. So I don't even think the U.S. the U.S. citizens are in any driver's seat. So that's what I'm saying. This is something that we have to look at realistically. This corporate machine is entrenched, has been for 100 years, and they're letting Africa in on it. For God's sakes, can we just let Africa have some relaxation and get in on it?
Hey, we'll take that. But what do you think about, you know, because you got your black power people who are saying they move into Africa. But even though they point at the white supremacists, quote unquote, they have the same policy as the white supremacists towards the Chinese or even African, even though they are using the black skin color. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, Abradamus, when Africa gets their foothold, they're going to change to more white policies. Nobody gets around it when the corporate machine that runs the planet is light-skinned.
Right.
Nobody gets around that. It's not even anything to be ashamed of. I'm born white, so I guess I get to sit here and act like, well, I'm one of the. No, if I was an African, I would be saying the same stuff because it would not shame me to be under the corporate machine's rule. I just want them to play nicer and let us in on it as an African. That's
that's what we've been asking for forever.
That's all. And the black
we want a part of the pie.
That's all. And the black Americans are more foolish than the white Americans in that the black Americans have more of a hope of destabilizing this corporate white machine more so than the idiot white conservatives in America, in the U.S. So the whole 330 million people of the U.S., most of them think like children on this matter. So when it comes to like I said, when it comes to the corporate machine using China as a tool to bring African people on the African continent into a decent standard of living as best as can be done, it's nothing but a good thing. If I were an African, I'm with you, Abradamus.
Well, yeah, we want a piece of the pie.
That's all.
Yeah, that's all we want.
And it looks like the corporate machine is providing that by the use of their China. China's their good guy. That's their nice person. That's the person that's coming in, and they're not going to destabilize you. They're not going to hold you to any debt. They're going to grab your resources. It's still going to be horribly cheap, but they're going to leave behind, and during, because your continent is full of natural resources, they're going to let Africans, all forbid, have some dignity in their life across the board. That's all. It's a filthy game, and they're letting Africans in on it, and that's a good thing.
That's good. All right, let's bring in Kid Ola. Kid Ola, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Yeah, thank you, Afridamus.
Kid Ola, what do you think about this propaganda they've been spreading, talking about China is going to invade and colonize Africa? And, you know, like the Western powers, they're the ones that have issues with it. But the Black power people, you know, your B1 folks, they are spewing the same thing as the white power people. What's your take on this?
You see, I think the Chinese, I think it be, let me say, it's not too long when the Chinese and the Africans started actually communicating. But the only thing the thing that comes through that communication, not to in this new era, is that the Chinese study Africans as the Africans refuse to produce anything for themselves. The Chinese study what the Africans actually want, just like simple cheap goods.
Right.
Those simple cheap goods the Chinese are bringing, it's almost similar thing like what the Chinese also doing to the Europeans, like the production of goods and everything. Like the ones that the Chinese are producing for the Europeans are far more like grade A and everywhere the Africans are getting about grade C type of production, right? Product. But we have to look at like this. What the Chinese are doing in Africa is the same similar to what the Chinese are also doing in Western world also.
Oh yeah, here in America, the Chinese be brave. You're aware the Chinese own lots of American land here, seaports even.
The Chinese, and I got to get going here after this. The Chinese is the friendly face of the corporate machine because the corporate machine doesn't want to show their European mean face that's been doing things for 100 years. It's not complicated. It's all really simple. The Chinese are just the nice guy that's letting the African Americans in on the game. Thanks, Alfredamus.
Thank you, be brave. Go ahead, Ola.
So what you see here is the Chinese, let me say in the 60s, in the 70s, right? What the Africans was wearing were really Western type of jeans, Western type of like Amos jeans, Levi's jeans. These are Western jeans, the Africans, and their product. And for those who could not produce rice, the Africans were consuming what we call Uncle Ben's and those kind of products.
Right.
But now what the Chinese did, the Chinese studied Africans and what the African needs, the simple things the African needs, like a very simple washing machine, some other things. Yeah, the Chinese actually came to open Africans' eyes in terms of some development. Hey, oh yeah, as the African refused to develop themselves. You understand? That's just how it is, but there's no different what the Chinese are doing in Europe. It's said what the Chinese also do in Africa. The Chinese are businessmen. They are capitalist minded. They take advantage of every little opportunity. The Africans allow them to come because to encounter the Western way also, so that they can have.
Yeah, there has to be a competition.
They have to be,
because they are constant. The Western world had total monopoly on Africa.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So the Africans were getting cheap loan without not actually much talk. You have to bend to the Western with that. So the Chinese take advantage of that. Let's go to the blacks. You see, the blacks coming to Africa, and I believe it's a design, and that design is some of them are crazy, some of them are agent, some of them might be real. Even those that are real are also semi type of agent also. You understand?
Yeah.
Then look, I said it before, I'm saying it. I think we Africans should not be, delusional that these blacks are coming to Africa that they have our mind. They want to take over our territory, just as the Chinese, as the as the Western also.
But you see, do you think with this propaganda, because the white people are Western powers are the ones talking about, oh man, the Chinese is going to take advantage, criticizing.
Look,
But now we're
look,
seeing more of the blacks. They are the ones spreading this. You know,
look.
are they
The black,
working for the white man?
the blacks that are coming to Africa. Let me just tell you the truth. They want to take over. Only they don't have the power to do that. And most of these blacks that are coming, they have ideology.
Right.
Some of them have a religious right and call us brothers, but actually call us total different name. Africans have to be very, very careful. These so-called Hebrew Israelites who are singing Kubaya, you know, singing Tarzan, we are all the same boat. They have to be very, very, very careful. Those people will take over your territory and call it the heaven of all, heaven of earth. And if they have any opportunity, they will use the power of the United States to back it up. That's just the truth. There's nothing only that the Africans are capable, they are strong. I know the Chinese cannot the China man cannot even take over territory in Africa. Just the way the white people could not even.
No, the Chinese I don't, even if they have the ambition,
but what I'm trying to
they
say
haven't
is,
shown it.
Afrodamus, you see that guy called Jonathan Miller.
Oh yeah, the guy in the chat.
That guy in the chat. The guy said he went to Benin. I don't know what he went there to do. He said he married to a Nigerian woman. That guy hates Africans. He hates Africans, and he showed that is this, is that, is that. And he was in this channel called a power. That lady called, I don't know. That lady, she's a racist to Africans anyway. See what that guy was spilling out there. So we should not just say, oh, the Bags family in Gambia. These are all pretenders. They don't have look. What they consume is white. Their mind is where they are from. They don't have the best interest of Africans in mind. Rather, they want to take over. Is their right to take over Africa? It's time to revenge.
They cannot take over Africa.
No, they cannot. No, that's what because if they would have take over United States, where you don't look. When your ancestors fought, you are just like your ancestors. If you're weak, you're just like your ancestors. If you're strong, you're just like your ancestors. So that's what I'm always saying. They live in America in the bubble. They should understand Africans and the people that live in Africa, that territory called West Africa. They are as aggressive and vicious as their snakes and their gorillas and everything. I think they would have checked the guy called General Butt Naked. That's just a small grip of what they will see when they try to do anything funny. That's just what I could say.
Thank you. All right, we have Zongo. Zongo, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, and greetings to the panelists.
Yes, Zongo, you've seen the videos. What do you want to add on to this? Why is the West, why are they concerned with China being in Africa and also some of their black foot soldiers?
So after watching the video between I think was it the German ambassador with
speaking to the president of Namibia,
the Namibian president.
Yeah,
it is very clear to me that there's a burgeoning concern or about Chinese conducting business in the African economies, which seems to me like a threat to the global hegemony of the Western powers, right?
Right.
So clearly, I mean, the German president was fighting for their interests using the relationship that he has with the Namibian president over the Chinese. So from the point that I'm looking at it is that this is clearly a fight between like the Western powers and probably like the Chinese people. So this is not our
Yeah, yeah,
place.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's literally they don't like that the Chinese are doing business there, right? But that's in our benefit. But they want us to look at the Chinese as suspicious and pretty much
Exactly, because
kick
they
them
are
out.
they are clearly fighting for their interests. So as like the African countries do, they have to look out for their interests as well. I think we have to be very circumspect of us jumping and defending the Chinese over the Westerners, right? I think our place should be to defend our interests and continue to maintain relationship with the West and the Chinese when conducting trade activities with them that will benefit our interests. Because we have to you, clearly, I mean, you can tell that the current pattern of event as far as trade is concerned between the Chinese and African countries and the Western African countries, it's no different from events that took place in the past, right?
Right.
Historical account of event shows that when the Europeans first landed to the shores of Africa, they came to transact business. They
No,
were very
but
not.
see, that's different,
I'm building
like
up. I'm building a
because
point.
before we're not able to go to their nations. But just one quick second, let me read
Mm.
this super chat and I'll let you finish here. IAS production, thank you for the super chat. He said the taba, meaning this is funny. The anything but Africa tribe thinks Africans don't see their play. Thank you for the super chat. You mean these people
Let's
here?
talk about doing your DNA testing, Pretendians. Right? And I'm still waiting for the Pretendians to get their DNA. All my I ain't from Africa people, you have not taken the DNA test. I want to know why. All you
Much.
Yeah.
Yes, we are onto the Pretendians. You are absolutely correct. Go ahead. Go ahead, Zongo.
So I was saying like a historical event in the past, or historical accounts of events in the past, clearly shows that when they came to transact business or trade with the African ethnic groups within the shores of Africa, right? Similar groups came to do the same thing, like the Arabs, right? And it never ended well with us.
Yeah, but back then it wasn't
But
dealing with nations. It's a small ethnic group by
yeah, but I mean,
the
but
water. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It
but the
was
point,
not. It was not with a nation. We live in a nation era.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean
it's completely different.
the point I'm trying to say is that, I mean, sometimes you look at a past to gain some knowledge about the past, so it can give you information on how to make an informed decision in the future. That was the point. That's the reason why I brought that point, right? So I'm saying that we shouldn't see the Chinese as no different from the other groups, because they are also coming to the continent to fight for their own interests as well.
Yeah, well, Zongo, that's how the world works. Here's the thing. It's like when you're doing business, like,
Hmm.
of course, it would be silly to think the person you're doing business with, you would expect them to, they are doing it because they are protecting their interest. That's what business is.
So
But
then,
but doing business,
mhm,
if is give and take. But if it's one-sided,
mhm.
that's not business, that's exploitation. That's the
Exactly.
relationship we have with Europeans. But let's bring in two Niger.
I'm not done with my point yet, right? So
You
like,
still not done? Okay, go ahead.
I
Make
mean,
it quick. Okay.
I mean, because what you're saying is like, oh, for you, like between the Chinese and the Africans is like give and take, but with the Europeans it's not. I think it's still the same thing, right?
No,
And
that's
then
not
with
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is China coming into play is good because we that's another option. It's a competition.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
But
So
it's not our place.
we are not here to take or buck dance for anyone. That's not what we
But
are here talking about. Why Africa is choosing what they are choosing, why they are choosing the player they are choosing more and more. It's
yeah,
just
but
common, it's just human
But
nature.
Epidemics,
yeah, but I
can I say
wanted
one
to hold
thing?
on, before you jump in. Let me finish because
No, I
the
just have one
Chinese.
statement.
I'm from
No,
Ghana,
I just
right?
have one statement. It'll take 5 seconds. No, what I wanted to say basically is China's competing with Africa, just so you know. But
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
So the point I'm trying to say is like China came to Africa, like you saying, they are building infrastructures to kind of facilitate trade between African countries and other countries. I mean, it's going to help us to a longer run. But then sometimes, like I said, they are fighting for the interest. Sometimes it might come to our disadvantage as well.
Well,
A typical example is in the case of Ghana, like the unemployment, the growing unemployment problems in Ghana forced like the Ghanaian youth to work with the
you
Chinese.
guys should use that Chinese money to and employ your people. You can't just
But hold on,
you
I'm
can't
talking
blame
about
them for that.
I'm
But
talking about the disadvantage. I'm talking about disadvantage, right?
but Zongo, we'll come to that.
Oh, okay.
We'll come to that. Let's allow two Niger also to go. Go ahead, two Niger. Welcome to the Afridamus report.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, and
Mr. Niger, it been
yeah,
long time. Oh,
yeah, I've been busy with my fellow Nigerians now. What I'm gonna do? Uh,
well, next time you come, you would have to cam up because they sent me your video. As but go ahead. I've seen what you look like.
yeah. Greetings to the panelists and viewers and all. This Chinese thing, I think, from the point of view of Africans, we have to do it in a way, at least a little bit differently. From what we are doing now. We have to be more strategic because from my observations, the Chinese have been doing business with a lot of different parts of the world, like someone has already said. But if you look at what is going on in the Middle East right now, the kind of business they are doing there is more advanced than what they are trading with Africans. It's like, when somebody is selling their goods, they sell
Yeah.
all the best ones to other people and they come and sell you the craps. And this is the thing our
Yeah,
leaders,
but two Niger, who do you blame for that? You see, the market provides, what the demand is what people are demanding. You
true.
see? But
No,
here, two
no,
Niger, it's
the
like,
demand determines
but
the supply.
Zongo, hold on. So two Niger, in what I'm looking at it as, the West, they're the ones say, "Oh, beware of China," blah blah blah. But I'm saying it's good that China is an option, so that weight, that pressure that the West used to have on Africa, they would no longer have that because it would be diversified. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
No, that one is clear. I agree with that one
Yeah.
because we need options,
Yes.
and with those options comes choices that we have to also make. This is why I was saying
Right.
that our choices, we need to elevate what we are asking for. Sometimes, yeah, it's all good to build
Mm-hmm.
houses, a few train lines here and there,
Right.
but there is no real strategic stuff they are doing with this in the Africans. That is very disturbing because they are doing a lot
The
of
Africans
strategic
should
stuff with
start
the
coming up.
this in the Middle Eastern people.
But those
So
people are requesting that.
true. That's why I say it's up to us. We have to elevate ourselves to the point whereby the only thing that will interest us is some serious this in business, not for trinkets and all this stuff we cannot do physically. We can build. There's no reason why we can't build. There are certain things we don't have, certain technologies we don't have. That's the kind of stuff we need to be getting from them. Well, I just saw some video about the Chinese building some, looking to build some houses in South Africa, and they taught the people how to build those houses. So what? We don't know how to build houses. That's not what we need.
No, we
Where
know how to. Here's the thing. There's more and more of this, because think about it, it's Chinese companies, right? They are bidding for these jobs. Despite what most people like to spread, that's all propaganda they're spreading online. But most of these countries, it's not like the Chinese are coming just running around. They have to hire the natives of that country. So maybe, you know, I heard Zongo said maybe in Ghana, Ghana dropped the ball. They didn't care about their people, but
No,
they should
they are
put
doing it. No,
something
the truth is, they are doing it more
something
now.
in
They're
place.
employing
Yeah,
locals. They are employing locals now. I
yeah,
think African leaders change their policy on that.
yes, they have to.
Where the gap is, from what I'm seeing, is what we are asking them for. And the same thing with the West, the same thing with the Russians. Look at when Russians come to African countries, they've been in African countries for a long time, and many of them, how many of those countries have really, really improved beyond
Yeah,
what we are
but they
seeing?
don't. But they've been a good buffer, right, to help
Yes,
some of these countries
it's
be
an
independent.
opportunity,
It's an
but are we going to take the
opportunity.
opportunity? That's the
What I'm
question.
saying is, like, when the pressure, like, for me, it's not like looking for another person to sit under, but you know, this all these players have they have a plan. So you
Yeah.
would have to, for them to achieve that goal, you know that they need you. So how do you position yourself? And while they're trying to get their goal, you also, because you know, it's like give and take, but
Yeah.
your goal have to be priority number one to you, just
Yes.
as their goal is to them. So I'm
Yes.
not speaking in terms of saying, oh no, the Africans are just going to sit and let them happen. No, no, no. You are using this as advantage to elevate ourselves. You see what I'm saying?
Our problem is that we are not elevating ourselves enough. It's like the problem. See, try to understand what I'm saying here. It's like saying you have been under a lot of you have a lot of problems. It's like somebody that hasn't eaten for a long time. Anything they have to eat, any opportunity to eat, they will eat anything. And the problem is that we have a bigger problem, that we should be demanding for something better. Especially look at what they are doing with other people. Don't just pretend as
But
if just because your own
no,
situation is different,
but
you ask for
no, what
less.
I'm saying, those people, right? Those people ask for this. That's what I'm saying. Now we have the ball in our court. So seek and ye shall find. Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah.
So we know, we know, like, okay, we can use this to our advantage. So now
Yes.
what are you going to do with it? That's, now the opportunity is there, unlike before where the Europeans monopolized this completely. They would give African farmers any amount they feel like they'd be like, oh, this is how much cocoa would be, you know like
Yeah,
zero
but that is
competition.
what kills me. Now that's what kills me, because if you look at all the black countries in Africa, apart from South Africa, China recently gave I think Bangladesh or Malaysia gave them a submarine, but nothing like that for the entire African continent. Nothing.
No, but here's the thing: we do not have uh like think about it. These countries, we don't know what they've, why they requested that. We don't know why they gave them that, but it all comes down to needs, what the countries need.
We need it more
So,
than
Yeah, but
they do.
Afrodamus,
We need it more than
Malaysians are
they do.
Chinese.
And
so
yeah,
No,
exactly.
no,
They are tiny.
Malaysians are Chinese. They have
also,
a lot of
also,
Chinese minority there.
yeah,
They
and
make up a
also,
good percentage of
also
the population.
China. You have to remember, China is close to Malaysia. So all that region
Right.
is, do you know, like Third World
Yeah,
War is brewing. So,
yeah.
you would have to arm your friends that are close by. So that
Can I
makes
say
sense.
can I say something?
Hold on. So they have to, that makes sense to arm them with that. But different African nations have to figure out what they need. So my point is, right, now they have another market open
Mm.
to them.
Mm.
Before it was not, but now it's there. So take advantage of that, competition, that difference. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Then it is us. Then if let's say other people are getting these things, because it's not only this, they've sold it to so many countries. That said, many of them are concentrated in the Asian sub-region, but there's no reason why you can't upgrade your relationship with China to get even closer. Saudi Arabia is joining
But
the
sometimes,
CS.
do you know why that is?
We talked about it many times, because once Africa can be refining their own minerals, Africa won't need anybody, and it will collapse. It will collapse the global system worse than
Right.
what happened. What happened yesterday when BRICS came out and they said that they're going to announce a crypto coin to replace the dollar. So pretty much the dollar is dead. Imagine what happened if that happens in Africa. So there's a global agenda to make sure
Well,
that Africa never dies.
Kenya's president is
We
dumping
talked about this.
the dollar.
A lot of them are moving on. The CSO, which is the Shanghai, which is the Shanghai, cooperation organization that is headed by China. This is like NATO supercharged, because it has security, it has economic and all that stuff put together. India is even part of it.
And you know, Tunaja, you come in here. I'm glad you called in. So Tunaja, that helps me. So, like Tinubu, your new president. So is Tinubu, is he being like is he an American asset?
All our leaders behave like one. That's
No. What I'm saying, that his is a different relationship, though.
We don't know.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just saying the players that are supporting him.
All African countries so far, their behavior has not been upstanding in terms of standing up for themselves. It's only maybe, Eritrea, Algeria, one of the few countries that really, even South Africa, actually. South Africa is very, very, tough on this in Europeans and Americans, because they are part of the BRICS.
Yeah.
And from what I gather, Nigeria is looking to join. Quite a few countries are looking to join.
Wait. You said Nigeria is looking to join?
Yeah, South Africa wants to invite them. If you have
that's quite shocking, because, okay. I'll wait and see. Tinubu is very pro-American. I don't know about that.
Tinubu will never make that happen.
That is the problem. I've never had any Nigerian politician talk about it other than internationally talking about it. So
after that was Tinubu. Nobody know who is Tinubu. That's just the truth. Tinubu is a man sleeping somewhere. I think Nigeria is on a crossroad.
Yeah, this lady is saying that according to our needs. That's my point. Our needs is that it's not because other people Chinese is giving people other things. We need those things more.
No, Tunaya. It's not Tunaya. She's correct. It's according to needs. We right now, right, in African nations, infrastructures, connecting, the cities to the villages and other big African cities to connect us, through good roads, infrastructure.
Yeah, but Epidemics, have you heard of 5-generational warfare?
Yes.
Well, when you do rapid globalization and you put it in the rural areas, that means that they have access to any of the electronics wherever 5G is. So, right. As I said before, Africa doesn't have.
But they can make that happen. You see what I'm saying? Because if you look at most Africa now, the rural areas, people leave the rural areas to come to the city areas more concentrated. So now they can diversify instead of the people living there. Whatever is making them leave, which is the lack of infrastructures,
infrastructure,
electricity.
What happened to Gaddafi? We have to get to a point whereby Gaddafi doesn't happen to African leaders.
Let me say something about
that. That's the point of industrialization and modernization. Right. If you modernize, you build an infrastructure, it means a lot of people from the rural areas are going to migrate to the urban areas.
But did you hear what I said? Instead of concentrating it in one place, you take it to that. You develop the quote unquote rural areas.
The issue is
that keeping the pollution in one place.
What happened to Gaddafi to any African leader? You have a problem. We have to close that gap.
Well, Tunaja, what happened to Gaddafi? That's between Gaddafi and those Western people. Hold on, let me finish. He was a fool for giving up his nuclear program. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what else what else to tell Gaddafi? A people
So the
that were trying
Jamaican not
to,
going.
he gave it up.
Yeah, but
He
So
that's
the
gave
why
it
we
up.
Jamaican
that's why
not
we
gonna
need to
get no
close that gap
respect.
again. We need to
No,
close that gap that
but
was left.
what I'm saying is, this man had the money. He had it, right? He was a threat. He trusted his own enemies. I mean,
But
let's be real.
Epidemic,
That's
one
what
thing we have to
happened.
know
I
is
wanted to say,
that they were still.
Can
I
I get
wanted
a
to
word
say,
in?
Guys,
Yeah, go ahead.
allow I can fire. Actually,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
can
Sorry.
go ahead, and then we can allow Mark also. They've been waiting patiently. Go ahead, I can.
Yeah, thanks, man. A model y'all could take in Africa is like y'all could like as long as the road is, y'all could take it as a business or a industrial area kind of business, like where you can put all different type of business on that road straight. You feel me? And that road can just develop the whole rest of the communities along that road. You understanding the?
Like,
You understand?
what do you mean?
I mean, um, you put your car mart there, you put your tailor there, you put your and just have the road maybe a few kilometers down the road. Everybody business on that road. So
Well, the thing is, the reason why, like I was saying, urban rural migration, is because the development is concentrated in just few certain areas. That's how it happens in Africa. So if you look at it,
yeah,
to
but
avoid
that's what
that,
I'm saying.
to avoid that is to decentralize the development. You bring the infrastructure, you bring the improvement, to those areas as well, so that this migration, wouldn't happen, and like the development would be, it would be all over instead of
Afrodamos,
just
no,
Afrodamos,
Afrodamus,
Afrodamos.
Can I
Rockefeller does
finish
not know
already?
nothing.
one at a
Rockefeller
time.
does not know nothing. Rockefeller does not know nothing about ruler or no ruler. He live in Britain. Maybe you
Yeah,
might be from Jamaica, one other
yeah,
area.
Afrodamus, I wanted to point
So
out.
yeah, let me just finish for a
Hold on.
second.
Let me respond to Afrodamus about what he said about. It's not
Hold
necessarily
on.
like people migrating from the rural areas to the urban areas because of infrastructure, right?
Zongo,
Sometimes
that's
it's
what it is. Zongo, I'm from Africa too. The reason, if those
hold on,
people, if they have,
not a
if
lot of times.
places they call rural area,
Mhm,
any African that is on here,
mhm.
Kidola, to Niger, I'm not sure all of you here that
But
are
even I
listening.
know what you talk. I know what you're talking
Do you
about.
guys
But hold on,
think
but it's not about
people,
infrastructure.
wait,
It's
people,
sometimes it's
Zongo,
necessary.
hold on,
Listen, people see
Zongo,
better. People
Zongo,
see better and want better. People is
not
people.
village, not villagers, right? People are not leaving Accra, moving to maybe some village, right?
Mhm.
Why aren't they doing it?
I'm saying the reason why a lot of people travel from the rural areas is in search for jobs. If there are jobs in those rural areas, a lot of
Because they want better.
Zongo, what do you think when I say infrastructure?
Yeah,
What does that
and a
include?
better life.
But you
Jobs
cannot
and a
build
better life.
infrastructure if there are no jobs over there. So the
Oh my
jobs will
God,
facilitate the infrastructure.
Zongo, are you
Yeah.
are you trolling me?
Yeah, can I finish? Don't argue about that.
Hold on, wait, guys, one at a time. Zongo, you honestly, when we say building infrastructures, like they're just gonna build, it's like in your mind, what does that entail?
I mean, if there's no trade going on over there,
Dude,
no government is going
there
to build
would be
infrastructure.
trade. Of course, when we say building infrastructure, includes all that, because it's to be, obviously, if you're getting people to stay,
Afrodamos,
we're talking about jobs and all that.
Afrodamos,
So
that's
the
an
primary
example.
motive is more
That's an
jobs
example.
than infrastructure.
Ghana's a kind of like small type of economy, right?
Right.
So the development in Ghana is just Accra, might be a little bit Kumasi, but places like Nigeria right now, that's why I'm in the support. Because if you go to the eastern part of Nigeria, what happened in this election make me believe the Igbos the Igbos have been systematically developing their areas. Yeah, they have all kinds of infrastructure. The innocent motor is from that place. I
Oh,
would
okay.
personally want the Igbos to move out of the southwest part of Nigeria and develop their zone where they're coming from. Because if you check what happened in this election, was just anti one certain type of one tribe, which is the Igbos. You understand me? And I want to say this: the other part of Nigeria should be very, very careful that this time the Biafra succeed because we're just only the southeast. The Biafra could not because only the southeast. But this time, if the Biafra even want to have heard, the Igbos through this Peter Obi are able to convince a lot of the South that they have to be very, very careful. Nigeria today is different from Nigeria you ever seen before. Me personally, what is pushing the Igbos to come to Lagos is just that port. Once other part of Nigeria, what United States is, whereby any ship can land in any part of United States and disburse their goods there. That's what Nigeria have to go towards to now, so that development will be everywhere. If development is everywhere,
Development can never be everywhere.
Yes, Zongo, yes, it can. What are you talking about?
It cannot.
Yes, it can.
Hold on, because regional lands that are close to the coastal areas are going to be more way developed than the inner lands and going outwards as well.
Zongo, you are arguing against something just to argue. The fact is, so that's what you are thinking. But this development, because first, when you say infrastructure, that is needed for you to be able to create jobs. You need the infrastructure first. So yes, it can be set up like this. We've seen it. Even China had they still have a lot of rural areas, right? It's not all, but they still have that. But many nations, even here in the United States, you travel across this country, you might say some of the places the development is not, they don't have everything like maybe big cities, but it is pretty developed.
But you see what you just said just now is what many, sorry, let me just add something, is what many Africans always fail to
sorry, go ahead.
When I say that we should change our security posture, they think that we need to be super advanced. Most countries that did those things, when they did it, they were not very, very advanced. Look at Cuba today. The reason why America is not messing with Cuba today, do you know why? Because Fidel Castro, after the Bay of Pigs stuff, felt like they need to take a big risk, and they went with the Russians, and the Russians brought nuclear technology weapons there. Then Americans had to negotiate with the Russians to remove that nuclear weapons there. One of the conditions was never to invade Cuba again. That's why Cuba is where it is. Have you seen one African country talk about risk? No. This is our bold. We don't have bold thinking leaders. Out of how many 50-something countries, Africa is still very vulnerable to anything like that happened to Gaddafi. They can still just come any moment and invade any country they like. Nobody can stop them. And it's because these leaders keep thinking that building train lines, that's how you're going to build a country that is secure. It's not going to secure you. When the time comes, any of them can choose to invade you, and nobody's going to stop them. Do you think America is going to go to war for Africa? They're not going to go to war with China, knowing that China is going to damage America too. If China wants to invade Africa, they will invade Africa.
Chinese will not invade. Chinese will not invade Africa.
Our trade, I don't care about this type of trade.
The Africans are already willingly,
but that's
trading with them. But let's allow, King Mark.
Let me just land this point. I don't care too much about trade. This trinket trade that they keep doing, because if you build it, they can destroy it easily. You have to have strategic alliances that allows your people to be able to be defended against possible invasion or possible overthrows and all kinds of nonsense. These people are capable of doing. If you cannot defend yourself, then what is the point of building?
No,
Kunaja, your point is valid, but you cannot build your military if you don't have good economic system in a country that facilitates good trade. You need money to invest.
We have, that's what the point I made before that.
But it's still good. It's still good. We have enough
economy to have.
It's still good to have friends, right? It's still good to have, friends that have this capability. I see what you're saying.
Friends don't let you.
No. What I'm saying. If you look at it, in most of Africa, War of Independence, Angola, and many other places, You know, the Europeans were supporting their fellow colonizers. The Chinese and Russians were the ones that supplied the weapons to the Africans to fight guerrilla warfare against these people. So that's what I mean. The friend, the only time the African becomes weak is when the African don't have the weapon. But you see, when the Chinese and the Russian was supplying the weapon, what happened to the Portuguese in all these places? What happened?
The Portuguese, the town of Portuguese, they still ended up colonizing Africa now. Yeah, they're not the
No,
one
no,
that
no, no, no. The Portuguese were the last to refuse to leave, both in Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique. Those people fought them. You know, they fought them. But the Europeans, even South Africa, the Europeans and America, they all were against the blacks being free, blacks having power. So having these other opposing forces, I'm not saying sleep, but it's good to have friends that can empower
they were
you
opposing
when
each
you
other
need them.
during the this
Yeah, yes. No,
during that
that's,
period. They were opposing,
yeah,
you know, England,
the
France,
Cold
they were
War.
all fighting each other until they decide to settle their problems. And my fear is that this issue you are seeing between the West and the Asian, the China, and all of them, they are going to settle it eventually. When they settle it, and we are not secure at that time, we have not extracted this in protection. We are going to be in serious trouble then,
Well,
because they are all organizing themselves right now.
You and who?
Tunaja,
You and who's
there's a
gonna be?
lot. Tunaja, did you not see the? Okay, what do you think about this? Ghana is Ghana is training a joint training with the U.S. Army in the waters there. Do you trust that? They are doing military drills together, Ghana and the American military, and they are claiming, oh, there's Al Qaeda present in Ghana, or even in, they're saying in the Sahel region.
They're just training them to start
So
pursuing
something
their
like, because you always talk about military. What do you think about that? Do you trust that?
Of course, I don't trust it, because those warriors, the guy that took over Guinea, this thing was somebody that was trained by the Americans. It's the same
No,
thing.
but I'm talking about Ghana is conducting military trainings with the U.S. Army in the water there.
I don't care about military training. I care about arming our people. I don't care.
But you are always talking about the
They're
protection.
talking about military training. I don't care, because it's not. You know why? It's not going to solve our problems.
No,
Our
but
problem is that we are still unable to defend ourselves. I don't care about anything else.
Hold on.
This Ghana president that you see that is in power is one of the most funniest president I've ever seen in my life as a Ghana leader. I have respect to some Ghana leaders that was there. The tall guy that have a very dark red eyes. I forget it. I think it's not City of the Witcher song.
Mahama? I mean Mahama or what?
Yeah. This guy have double mouth. This guy is one of the most trickish guy I've ever seen in my life. He speaks with double mouth. He's begging for money. See, this guy can do anything for money.
Yeah, but you have to understand the incumbent party in power are capitalist by nature, and they follow like Western.
He said black Americans, so they come back home. He know he was not actually telling them the truth. This all just, you know. So what you're seeing now, you can even see when he was even with that lady. Can you even say, oh,
they are party.
Not...
I want to affirm something. They are party from the formation of Ghana as a state. They were never Pan-Africans. You understand? So it's a little shocking to me for them. They are the ones embarking on Black Americans to repatriate. When Nkrumah, their party are the ones who overthrew Nkrumah from power. Even when Nkrumah wanted to achieve independence from the Queen, their leader was the one who went to the Queen and said that they are not ready for independence. A lot of people don't follow this like historical account. They just think, oh, the Ghanaian president. The MPP party are capitalists by nature, and they support Western ideologies, unlike the opposition party.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's bring in King Mac. King Mac, are you there? King Mac, unmute yourself. Oh, King Mac, what do you want to say about this? Why is the West and some of these other people, black people, saying they are concerned about China being in Africa? But it's good for Africa to have that counter competition so that they don't keep getting abused by just one party that hold total monopoly on African resources. Let's say what do you think about this relationship?
Yes, I agree with what you just said, and I'll tell you why. Basically, the choice between for Africa, the choice between the U.S. and Europe and the Chinese is basically a choice between two evils.
Right.
But I would dare say that China is the lesser of the two evils, and I'll explain why.
Go for it.
The European, racially, they're Caucasians, and all races, there are basically 5 races on the planet, and all races have a basic nature. And the basic nature of the European, because they are albinoid genetically. If you notice in nature, if we observe nature, whenever an albinoid animal is born, like you might see a white tiger, white rabbit, or whatever born in nature,
right,
Mother Nature will take steps to delete that animal. Why? She's not being cruel. It's because that animal being an albinoid is a signal that that animal has what's called deviant programming, meaning that
right,
they're a hybrid. So they're going to do certain things that go against the laws of nature, which hold
right,
everything in balance because they're basically a genetic mutant, right? So
right.
albinoids, they are albinos basically. So they have that nature themselves. So they feel like inwardly that nature is somehow against them. So that inculcates a certain type of fear in them. They have a deep seated fear of survival, which makes them overcompensate. See, it's
So
natural to compensate. It's natural to compensate. I'll give you an example. A person born blind, them not having sight, naturally their body will compensate for that lack of sight by making them more adept in another area, such as hearing. So a lot of times people that are born blind, they have very keen hearing. So that's compensation. But with the Caucasian, they overcompensate. They go overboard. So that
so
results in
you
them.
think that's what they are doing?
No, I'm just giving you their basic nature because I'm gonna make
Oh,
a
okay,
point as to why the Chinese are a better choice.
okay,
I'm coming to a point, but
okay.
yeah, that causes them to overcompensate. So that results in them hoarding, which is the things they do, colonize and hoard up resources, and it causes them to have that winner take all, might makes right type of mentality, right? Naturally.
Right.
So what I'm submitting to, Africans is that they have this nature, that winner take all, might makes right nature. So no matter how you plead with them or you try to negotiate with them, try to reason with them, it's not going to work. They're going to always try to take hegemony over Africans, and Africa as a whole. But what makes the situation different with the Chinese is that they are closer to us in nature, meaning Negroids, Ethiopoids, because they have melanin. They have
You mean
melanin.
that you do realize white people have melanin too, right?
Yes, but they're melanin recessive, so they're
It's
basically
just it's
albino.
just every lighter skinned people have melanin. Only albinos don't have melanin.
Can I ask King Mac a question? I was gonna say after that.
Go ahead,
They
Mo.
have
King
melanin, but
Mac,
it's very minuscule, so they're melanin recessive. The same way
King
that
Mac, are you?
the same way that a mentally
Hold on,
retarded
King
person,
Mac.
he has intelligence.
Hold on 1 second. Guys, please hit the like, get the likes up, King Mac, in fact, Mo seems to Mo said he has question for you.
Yeah.
Can he ask you, King Mac?
Okay, yeah,
Go
sure.
ahead, Mo.
Yeah, King Mac, I got a question for you. The first question being, are you a Israelite or are you Kemite?
Neither of the two. I don't subscribe to either.
But then why do you follow the basically the passage of words that you just said would actually suggest you actually would believe in them.
Nah, it
Again,
doesn't.
that's a whole different, because nothing scientifically
I'm
backs what
just
you said.
giving you. No, nah, it doesn't. I know it may sound like, I'm being racist, but I'm just giving you the facts of nature, and I'm coming to a point as to why.
Wouldn't it
I
rather
think,
be an opinion?
now it's not an opinion. It's a fact of nature. If you observe nature, you can see it played out in nature.
I mean, that's an opinion to me, but
Each one of us,
only what you want.
each one of us as a race, as a racial body, we have a certain nature.
So
It's just a fact.
so you
of
said
life.
the Chinese are closer to Africans?
Yes, because
How so?
Number one, they're melanin rich like we are.
No,
Number
Chinese
two,
don't have they don't have enough melanin like Africans.
no, not like us, but they are melaninated, is what I'm saying. They're more
They
melanin
they
rich
probably
than
have the
that.
same level as white people, Caucasians. You know that,
Now
right?
that's not true. They're more
But then
melanin
how
rich
can you prove what
naturally
Afrodamus
than
said is
Caucasians.
incorrect? That's a
But
thinking
my
matter.
point is,
what you call,
because
hold
of
on.
that.
You have under your skin, you have what you call your melanocytes. All of us are born with it. So your melanocytes, they produce the melanin, which, depending on amount that is, that like your race is based on your race. In your brain, they have what they call the substantia nigra. Guys, look this up. Substantia nigra produces that melanin. So us as Africans, black generally, we have tons of melanin. It's like all over our nerves. You see what I'm saying? That's why we're, some people think, the melanin is because that's what gives us our skin pigmentation, is part of it, but not entirely. But white Europeans, white people, and have melanin, just not enough melanin like, darker skin. Chinese have way less melanin than us too, just like the white people, but they do have melanin.
Okay, I want to clarify. I want to clarify something right quick, because I think maybe you all think that I'm being racist here, or that
No,
I hate
not at all, sir. I
Caucasian
don't think.
people.
I was just trying to understand you.
You are entitled to your
No,
opinion.
I want to clarify, because I'm not racist. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I don't subscribe to.
Are you Nation of
any
Islam?
of those? No, sir. No,
But I do have
I don't
I do have a
subscribe to any
question
of
for
that.
him. I have
But
a follow-up question.
what the point I'm making is that
You are
Afrodamus
5%er.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish. Then we'll come to you more. Let him finish. Go ahead. King.
No, none of that.
He skipped me.
Huh?
But
So that was the longest you skipped me, man.
Who did I skip? Hold on. Who said I skipped him?
Yeah, it was King Mac, and then it was me.
Hold on. Is that Solomon? Solomon, something is wrong with your audio, Solomon. Solomon, say something. Let me hear you. Solomon, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Okay. You're good now. 1 second. There's like a lot of noise, but Kim Mac, make it quick, then we can come back to you.
Yeah, the main point I was making, because I think I'm being misunderstood here, but the main point I was making is that the Chinese would be a better choice, I think, because they are closer in nature to the African, because first of all, they're melanin rich. Second of all, their culture is closer
King Mac,
to
I have to
African
interrupt you.
cultures.
You have to understand this world is a game. What I mean by that is politics.
More. Let him finish. More, you will be the next speaker. Let him just wrap it up. Then you would come up. Go ahead.
Yeah, and secondly, their culture is closer to African cultures. Like, for instance, I think the Mandarin language is a tonal language, like Yoruba, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Mandarin is Yoruba is the same thing. It sounds the same.
The Yoruba language has 3 basic tones, right?
Kidola,
the
is that
Chinese language
Kidola?
has.
Do you guys speak? Does your language there sound like Chinese there, Mandarin?
No, I'm not saying it sounds like
What's that?
Chinese. I'm saying
He
it's a
said
tonal language like the
the
Yoruba
tone like
language.
the Yoruba is like Mandarin. What do you think about that theory?
No, I'm saying it's a tonal language like
Tonal.
Yoruba. I'm
Okay,
not saying
okay,
it sounds. I'm not saying it sounds like Yoruba.
okay, okay. Cool,
But
cool.
yeah,
Just
for
okay.
those reasons, I'm saying that they would be. They don't have a nature. They don't. If you notice, they don't have a colonizing nature. They've never traditionally colonized people, even with the Mongols, which are
Are
part
you
of
sure
their
about
racial
that?
body. They weren't
Like
really
King Mac.
colonizers. They were more. They
He's
were more
he's
like.
correct. He's correct. The
They were
Chinese
more
they
like.
didn't they don't.
Wait,
Yeah, yeah. They
Afrodamus,
were.
wait.
They were more like as long they would take over a territory, and as long as you paid tribute to them, they would basically let you govern yourselves,
No, no,
retain
no.
your
I
culture,
actually studied this.
etc.
No, I actually
Okay,
studied
Is
this
is
like for
this
okay. Go
6
ahead.
years.
Hold on. Solomon, did you fixed your mic right? Go
can
ahead,
I just say one
Solomon.
thing
Yeah,
before
yeah,
Solomon
I
Yeah.
speak
goes?
Hold on.
Chinese.
Hold on.
Quick
Mo,
5 seconds. I was gonna
okay? Go
say, is
ahead.
this the beginning of the new we was Chinese?
Go ahead, Solomon.
Really? No, but there's a gap in information. Like I learned this stuff for like 6 years. Like I did like religious studies. I also learned Mandarin, other languages. But anyway, if you heard of the word Xinjiang, it means new frontier. So why would someone name a region New Frontier if it belonged to them? Does that make sense? People from that area, they're Central Asians. They're not Chinese. So to say that they never colonized anyone, um, that would just be like CGTM propaganda. But anyway, just based on the topic we were talking about today, I feel like it's pretty dogmatic to say like, oh, to support either U.S., China, or Russia because they're about to go to war. So any country that's like taking a hard stance and supporting them is going to end up getting attacked. I think Africa should just be neutral. But what do you think about that, Afrodamus?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying now. In a way, because these people they are forming these alliances, right? So we like in Africa, we know the only thing that is needed is the resources. So we have to place ourselves in a better position. Whoever is paying the most and giving more concessions to Africans roll with that group.
Because Afrodamus, imagine if Africans were to say that in order to buy resources, you have to buy them at a refined price. Then you wouldn't even need the industrialization. Like if
Yes.
every country teamed up and did that, like that's the
Well,
kind of
that
thing
is,
that.
but that is Africans would have to start manufacturing them for that to happen.
Yeah, but Museveni's already doing that. Museveni
Right.
recently passed a law so that no unrefined goods could leave the country. Who knows how much
Oh,
they
okay.
really have?
Yeah, you're right.
At the
That's
same
a good
time,
step. That's a good step. Hold on. Let me read this real quick. Hold on. Let me read this. Chris, thank you for the super chat. He says, sir, you do realize Chinese have colonized multiple nations, parts of Mongolia, Tibet, and East Turkmenistan. Yo, you're right. I forgot about Tibet. Yeah.
and Afrodamus, they
Chris,
killed the natives as well. They killed the
yeah.
natives as well because there used to be half Khoisan, half albino people from Africa and China, and they're all dead. So to say they would never colonize anyone again doesn't make any sense.
I
Yeah,
think when they
okay.
say that, they are referring to neighboring this thing, overseas, like the way the West did. The Chinese were the first to come to America, even Africa. They didn't colonize Africa.
Afrodamus,
They
can I
went
go
back.
next?
Yes,
That's the
go ahead,
difference.
Mo.
Okay,
Yes.
I was just gonna say, again, Africans need to be smart in their decisions. What I mean by that is we can't take sides. America is playing its political game, and we can all see that the dollar is losing its effect. It's losing its power because the dollar itself was backed by the oil that they brought from the Saudis. But now, since the Saudis have become friends with Iran and now are looking at China, to strike a new deal and partnership, the dollar's lost its power and currency.
Right.
And
America
everybody in
got
the
the
world,
power to keep printing.
yeah,
So
yeah, and now they can't bully smaller nations with the dollar anymore. We can clearly see the tide of power changing, and now China is all of a sudden becoming best friends with Africa and Russia as well. I'm just
and
saying to the
and
Africans,
and
be
and,
careful
and
because
more. More, they are concerned, and why do you think they are concerned? Quote on in
Because
quotes.
Afrodamus, the thing is, the rest of the world has a consensus, something that they all agree upon. Never give Africa the keys of power. And what I mean by that is, if Africa had its own way of using its natural resources, or mining its own natural resources, then the tide of power will change, and Africa will become the new hub of power. The rest of the world won't survive. That's the thing. That's the only consensus that they can all agree on. So while they fight for positions of power, meaning supremacy, Africa always has to remain at the bottom. You think China, you think Russia is ever going to help Africa elevate? No, because it wouldn't be beneficial for them. They're fighting America to get that #1 spot. You think they're just going to give it away that
Oh
easy?
no! Oh yeah! Oh, trust me.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
And
that.
Africans need to take
and
advantage
they need
of
Africa for that.
Oh, of course. And Africans need to take advantage of this. What I mean by that is you can see that the East and the West have a clear-cut tension. They can play both sides. African can be smart about this, but then the thing is, all of the African countries need to come together and actually talk. That needs to start. But then again, there are African nation leaders that can't be trusted. And prime example would be the Ghanaian president. He can't be trusted. So there are things that they have to fix within eternally before they can actually sit down and make decisions and conversations.
You're right. Let's bring in Kifaru. Kifaru, you're up.
Yeah, brothers. Yeah. This
Kifaru, what do you think about this, topic here? Africa, like the West pretending that, they care about Africa's relationship with China. China is going to take advantage of Africa. But I call BS on that. They don't care about Africa. Africa can decide, who they want to play ball with. Let's say you.
Yeah, exactly, Afridamos. This discussion, I know we have been talking about these things now for a long time, but this is the truth. No one cares about Africans. I just hope these Africans, these politicians, or these leaders are aware of that. China is not your friend. What these African leaders they're trying to do, they're trying to escape the loans that they already have that they have not paid. Okay, these people went foolishly borrowing a lot of money from the IMF and the World Bank, and they defaulted on those loans, and the interest has got to such a point that they cannot pay. It is like unpayable. The only way for you that you can you only need to beg these people to cancel that debt, because generation and generation and generation you're not going to pay. So they're trying to escape from those loans, from that bad credit, trying to go to China. They're trying to start the same thing with the Chinese people. That's my problem with these African leaders. You'll be stuck with the West and you'll be stuck with the East. You have a home that you don't own. That is not the problem. That is, China does not like you. China is trying to build.
But do you think Africa is not looking to be liked? Africa just wants to.
That's what you think. That's what you think. But I believe these people want to be part of this global.
No, I don't think so. I think Africans want to build Africa.
But they want to be part of this globalization. You understand? They don't want to be by themselves and build Africa. They want to join with the Americans. They want to be like all of us. We are the same. But you can't be the same with some people who are already advanced. So my solution for Africa to actually free itself from all this mess, we need to shut down completely. It's something difficult. We have two options. One, we need to completely lock ourselves from the rest of the world, or we just need to bring these white people to be part of our countries. Maybe the minister
so white people instead of Chinese.
Where I don't see they're different. Chinese, they're just coming late to this game. So
what I'm saying is because
to me,
we can remain neutral, right? And set our standard. Here's the thing. No, here's the thing. We can request, things that we need, instead of being in the position of being subservient.
I get you.
So like during the Cold War, you can get stuff from Russia because Russia, hates America. They don't want them to have power. So it's the same thing happening. The Chinese, they are fighting each other. So we're not joining in the fight. We are getting the highest, the highest, the one that is going to pay the most. We go with that.
I can
I
give
will
you a
answer
prime
you, mate.
example, Afrodamus.
I will answer
Let's
you.
say
Let
if
me
several, if,
more
okay,
more
fine, two
please. Let
seconds.
me just
More,
finish.
hold on, more.
It's
Then
5
you will
seconds.
come.
Okay, go ahead.
More. Let me just finish. Then you will come. Yeah, what you're saying is true. That's only possible, Afridamus, when your hands are clean. Our hands are not clean. You understand? We owe the rest of the world, like the amount of money that we owe these people, we can't even talk. If you want to open your mouth and say, "Oh, don't forget that you only made this money," just shut up.
In change we
You
owe them.
understand?
Come on, let's not
Yeah.
make
We
the
don't.
money we owe them
Listen,
anything.
listen. So I was watching
Tifal, I
the
don't think
president.
we owe them that much.
Okay, good. I was listening to the president of the World Bank, okay, just today on the BBC, and he was talking about the situation that Africa has to face between what's going on there, the West and the East. And this guy said, is it not going to be problematic for Africa? And he said, no. He said, if Africans are intelligent enough, they can use this opportunity to make better deal for themselves. But he said, Africans should to stop waiting for Europeans or for Western people to come invest in your country. You, in your own the individual countries, you need to create an atmosphere where it's favorable for your own private sectors to invest. If you can't do that, you're always going to be at the mercy of people because people will dictate to you. Just look at what we're all producing. The West dictate what we produce. Our main market is the West. How do you stay away from people who your main business is towards them? They
No,
tell
you
you
don't.
what.
You don't stay away. You position yourself to become more favorable and more attractive. That's what business is.
Okay,
Because
it's easier said than
you're studying the market, right?
it's
So you're taking those proceeds and turn it into what invested into your ambitions. That's the opportunity that Africa has. That's what I'm
okay.
speaking of.
That's good,
Exactly, and that's why when he suggested,
the
that's why when he
situation is like
suggested
it's
that
saturated already. You understand? It's so saturated. It's a mess. The business environment in Africa is mess up. You know, if you know the amount of loans that our individual countries need to pay your tax money. That's why the government keep taxing these people. They need to pay that money. You can't invest. If you want to try to invest, the tax that this government needs to pay this loan, they're gonna take it from you, and that is bad. I don't see.
The reason why our environment
I
is
think
is because we have unstable countries. That's the problem. That's why our economies can't function. Look at this election that just happened in Nigeria and how unstable things got. This is why any investor that wants to make a decision to come to Nigeria now will be thinking twice. That is about 3 months in a row or 6 months in a row where nobody wants to invest in Nigeria. If anything, they are running out of Nigeria. That instability is our problem. And to make your nation stable, you have to secure this thing we keep running away from. Look at Switzerland. Switzerland, for it to be neutral, they are very, very secure. Switzerland is one of the most secure countries in Europe.
Look,
You can't say you want to be neutral
Ask
when you
yourself,
don't have the power to be neutral.
Tunaja, there's a reason why Switzerland is neutral because everybody in the world goes there to hold information. Again, look into it before you speak.
No. They enforce
Second,
it.
look.
Why do you think? How do you think?
Tunaja,
You even know how
you're
this
speaking without any
enforce
intelligence. Come on.
neutrality?
And second point I was gonna make is
I
wait.
think what
What's wrong with you?
Wait, let me just say Tunaja. Wait, let me just make a point. Let me just make a point. Look, Tunaja, since you're obsessed with military, right? Why not do the deal that Uganda did with China, meaning that they can have, nukes. I think Uganda's gonna have its own nuke industry by about 2030, somewhere around there, I'm sure.
It's
But
never
again,
gonna
why?
happen. That's just some.
No, I'm just saying, why can't Africa do deals like that? So let's say, let me give an example. If Africa says, or specific powerhouse countries within Africa says, you know what, if we're gonna side with you in this, political game, then you're gonna have to give us something that we want. We want, a manufactured, nuke industry built within Africa within the next 5 years. Basically, exchange something that you both want. That's how things work.
Is that not what I was talking about? That all these silly deals we keep having is just building stuff that they can destroy
What is a
overnight.
train gonna do? What is few buildings that Africans are so satisfiable?
Guys, one mic.
Can I just finish on my point, Afrodamus? Can I just finish my point?
Hold on.
Look, can I finish my point?
Guys, guys, one at a time.
Can I finish my point? Look, again, why can't Africans say, wait, Tunaja, 2 seconds. Tunaja, let me finish my point.
Hold on, Tunaja.
Tunaja, wait, I was just gonna say, why can't Africans say that we want a nuclear program within African countries, and then we're gonna give you something that you want, indeed, which is minerals and resources from Africa. So we're exchanging something that we both want. But Africans are nowadays satisfied with a few buildings, a train, and a picture. You need to
Who is
actually move up
basically saying
further
everything
in a
I've just said?
no. I'm just saying we need to move up further in the political game. Africans need to actually sort out the internal affairs. Again, there are many countries within Africa. Everybody needs to sit down on the table and have a talk. They need to understand where their positions are. They need to weed out these little snakes within the governments. They need to do stuff that. Yeah,
And
go
that's
ahead.
why, and that's why, and
Let
that's
me
why,
address a
and that's
point.
why,
Hold
that's
on.
why what Kufaru
Hold
said.
on. Wait, you had him say that.
Let me let
Next.
me make a statement, guys. Hold on. Let me make a
Zongo
statement. Let me
speaks.
make a statement. Let me make a statement.
Zongo, stop it.
And that's why what Kufaru
Zongo,
said.
hold on. Zongo,
And
stop.
that's what
Zongo,
Kifaru
stop.
said
Can you mute
is
Zongo?
completely.
What is wrong with him?
Zongo, stop.
Just being silly. He knows you asked me to go next.
Hold
and
on,
he
two
just-
Niger, wait. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the
Go
point
ahead.
I was making about Switzerland was that Switzerland has 300 and something thousand military bunkers. 300 and something thousand military bunkers. They have more bunkers than Nigeria has soldiers. That is how they enforce their neutrality. Germany saw that if they try to invade that country, they are going to have a lot to lose. So they stayed away. If you want to say Africa should be neutral, we don't have the power to do that. Not even the entire African continent doesn't even have that number of this in the military bunkers. Why are we so lazy? How is it that one country, Switzerland, can do that? The entire continent cannot do that.
Two Niger, do you know how long those people have been working on that? Switzerland? You better go read their
Because of
history.
the First and Second World War, it wasn't that long
Go,
period of time.
no, it was go read their history. You will find out.
I read the history. It was because of what was happening in Europe at that time.
Okay, hold on. Allow Ola, go ahead.
Look,
Yeah.
do not just forget, Switzerland is made up of Germans, Italians, and French. They are both united in those forms. And the Germans allow Switzerland to be neutral. So of the Europeans allow them to be neutral. So Africans are not there yet. We cannot even concentrate.
Then why do they need 300,000?
Hold on.
Allow them.
Hold on.
I don't know why we blind ourselves to this fact.
A typical black man cannot focus. If a typical black man cannot even focus on building a bicycle. To talk of a black man, you have to put nukes on.
That's not true, Kidola. But
Hold
go
on.
This is how they think now. This is the problem.
You want anything nuclear electricity? They should not bring that in near to Africa. Our leaders are not there yet at all. For you to have this constant light, we cannot even control the dam that produces electricity to us.
That's true.
Then you want us to come and be having nuclear type of electricity.
That's
even
risky.
the Arabs,
That's
even
true.
the Arabs cannot even control. Even the Arabs cannot even control that. Honestly, need a perfect
Hey, point of correction, Kidola. We do have nuclear electricity in Ghana, though. We do have it.
Well, forget that one. Why you say nuclear electricity in Ghana?
I was just correcting you.
It's not there. It's not there. It's kind of a tiny experiment. Do you think the Western people will allow you to have
I
that
said we do have a nuclear.
Even Nigeria was trying to do some game. Me personally, I don't want that in near Africa at all because our leaders are bad. They have no focus. They are even the work ordinary car to drive. They will go and hit it or have accident. Then you want these people to have nukes around them to do what?
Yeah. I think we gotta let Judah.
Let's allow Judah.
Africa is not right for those. Africa should just use their dam and forget about this nuclear electricity.
Yeah, let's allow Judah. Judah, are you there?
Oh yes, Alfredamus, can you hear me?
It's loud and clear. Judah, welcome to the Alfredamus report as usual. Judah, you heard all the speakers. You were sitting there patiently waiting. So why is Europeans and some of their, black allies pretending that they are concerned about China having a relationship with Africa, as if Africa should just be, under the Westerners? Let's say what do you want to add on to this?
I want to first by thanking you, for bringing people on the panel, and I want to also thank my patients, for being patient and listen to people talk, and don't have to say any word. I wish people could, be that way and let people talk and just, when it's your turn, you go ahead and talk. But this is the thing, right? China and Europeans, these people that are coming into Africa are the same people. The Europeans believe that they want to get everything by themselves. They want to take everything in Africa. You seen what France is doing in Africa. You see what the United Kingdom is doing and all these other countries. So they are afraid that if China is coming in, it's gonna replace them as well. Um, some I think if I was saying that Africa owes International Monetary Fund a whole lot of money, but I'm thinking Africa owes China a lot of money than these other
Right.
European Union. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because
Mhm.
I was watching a documentary as well in Zambia, right? And most of Zambia infrastructure and all these other places, even Uganda, at one point in time, their airport was taken over by
Let me
Chinese
say this
because
time,
they
Africa owes Western nations more.
Oh, hold on, hold on. Just one second, Pop.
let me
Just hang
finish.
tight. No, I want to let
Let me,
somebody. Hold on. I saw
okay.
somebody in the back because it's full. Just hang
Oh,
tight. I will bring you in, Pop. Just hang tight. Go
oh,
ahead,
I mean,
Judah.
someone was. I mean, let me talk, man. Like this is the thing, right? You are not gonna generalize the whole Africa. There are certain countries that owes China a lot of money than even their own International Monetary Fund, like Uganda and all these Zambia and all these other countries. But this is the thing. Are these people good in Africa? Are the Europeans and Chinese good in Africa? They are not. They are the same people with different clothing. They come in, they have the same ideology of take.
But wait,
Yeah.
but the Chinese are closer to the Africans culturally
No,
and in melanin.
no,
No, but wait,
Africans.
hold on. But you heard King Max say it, right?
Who's King Max? Am I gonna agree with somebody who's not even African, who has no taste of what it is? Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, this is the thing. Any person that Africa have to be left alone to do their own things. If Africa keeps bringing these people in, they will never learn. If you have a child and every point in time you have to tell the child what to do, what to do, what to do, the child will always depend on you. When you are not there, she becomes handicapped or the child
Yeah, but
becomes
but
handicapped.
Judah,
But
that's why they are staying away from the West. Like instead of the white people
no, but you
trying to
cannot stay
feed
away
them.
from the West and taking on China. This is the thing. You take. It's like it's like African Americans talking about white supremacy. You cannot leave one white supremacist and go on the next person. They look. Chinese are Europeans in sheep clothing. They have the same mentality. I mean, they might not have the same mentality of conquer, but they have the same mentality of exploiting. We have seen in countries like Sierra Leone and Ghana where diamonds were being exploited. In certain places, they were even chased. In China, in Central African Republic, 9 Chinese were killed in a mining village because of their exploitative mindset. And most people do not know, but this is the thing. They have the same mentality like the Europeans. They take to feed their countries. This is the thing. The increased population of China, with a lot of industries, they need most raw materials from Africa to feed these industries and to feed their population. And that is the thing. They are coming in with an exploitative mindset. Do Africa needs them? Africa do not need China. Africa needs to be left alone and grow on their own so they can be able to play with what they have and have that mindset of developing their people. But
Exactly.
now Africa is just dumb. We are dumb. We don't know what is going on. We believe that everybody that is coming in, including China, are friends to us. No, China is not our friend. Europeans are not our friends, man. We have to. That this is what saddened me, right? Countries like Southeast Asia that were behind Africa in 1960 are now topping the chart. Africa is still on the same spot and still need China to come and help them. When are we gonna be on our own and become independent and start helping other countries as well, like France and all these other countries? We always want to take, but when are we giving? When are we exploiting these other countries? Inferiority complex is what, if care is not taken, some African countries we want to still be colonized by China, and that's gonna be a problem. And I'm gonna stop right there.
Judah, I will offer you a land in my village. You are a nice boy. You understand me? I will offer you land in my village. There's no
When
problem.
it's going to
Look,
stop is
when
when
Black
we
America,
make ourselves strong enough to be
Judah,
able
Judah,
to
Judah,
help
when
other
Black
people.
America chased you out
It's
of the
never
United
going to
States,
stop.
I will
No
give you.
country, no country
I will give you a
developed by
line.
itself. Hold on, no country developed by itself, all on its own. The Chinese didn't, the Indians didn't, the Pakistanis
So
didn't,
Nigeria
the
in
North
China,
Koreans
do
didn't. You
you
can't do
think
that by
China is
yourself.
waiting for Europeans to come and develop China?
No, 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 no. The Chinese
Hold
didn't
on,
do it
guys.
all just by themselves too. That's the point I'm making. They work with
But what I'm
the
saying
Russians
is,
and the
how
first.
long will it take Africa to build on that, to start building without depending on these people?
I don't see the building part is where I have a problem with. We are taking trinkets again. Just building trains and all these things is not going to do us any good. Europeans did it once and they dilapidated. Now the Chinese coming to repeat the same the shenanigan. What we should
Okay,
be
let's
doing is
allow.
making strategic
Let's let
alliances.
Al speak
That's
Hold
what
on.
we need.
Let's allow Al to speak too, and we have J Park here. Al, welcome to the Afridamus report. Ono why?
Yeah, Jantu Mother, Tanala.
Jump to.
Alhamdulillah, Mother. Okay, yeah. Good evening to everyone on the chat and on the panel. Yes, talking of
Yeah, Al. Speaking of the Chinese, so you see how like it is like these European powers, Western powers. They say they are concerned about the relationship Chinese are having with Africa. They think the Chinese are going to exploit Africa, which we have record. They've already exploited Africa. Our relationship, you're aware, Sierra Leone in the 90s, even forever till now, right?
Yeah.
So China, how I look at it is they are good in this play because they are another option instead of this one option that monopolize African trade. What is your take on that?
you know what? The guy that was on the show earlier, my son was actually looking at him thinking, why is that guy doing in your show? He looked like a cowboy. We were just laughing, but
Oh, you mean the brave?
yeah. He's only a 7-year-old boy. It's like, why is Afrodemus got a cowboy on his show? I said, yeah, he's actually talking. He's talking sense, even though he looked like a cowboy. But yeah, he was talking sense because the reality is, China is already colonizing the world, bro. In the UK, they own some of the nuclear plants in the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of countries in the West, the Chinese money is already in there.
Here in America.
Also.
Yeah, plenty
of it. You can't get away from it. And also, you did mention one point earlier when the Europeans came to Africa. We had no friends then. They was colonizing us left, right, and center.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Our ancestors, you know that well. Our ancestors, because when I listen to story of, for example, Bokar Biro, from Futa Jalon, all them arms that they used to chase the Portuguese out of in West Africa, and our ancestors around that zone, it was the French and it was the Chinese and the Russian guns they used against them, right? And they chased them out. We managed to keep our land, to ourselves. So you need some kind of allies. No man is an island.
Right.
So in that sense, we do need the Chinese. The right wing media in the West is the reason why all this Chinese taking over Africa is coming from, because the reality is the right wing media don't want the Chinese to invest in Africa. They rather the Chinese stay in their own countries and invest. They should.
But you see, then that would just make them the only major player as it's always been.
Exactly.
And that's not favorable to Africa.
No, it's not at all. And at the same time, for example, looking at during the COVID, right? The entire world was suffering, yeah, and even now we haven't recovered from the the COVID, right? Because financially, a lot of companies went bust, and everyone was like, during those days, it was going on about the Chinese in Africa as well. I see that all over the media. I remember when the Chinese were kicking the African students out in the street, and everyone is like, you see, the Africans are actually dealing with the Chinese, and see how they deal with the Africans and so on. So even me, I was like, wow, we do not need these people. They're actually evil. Yeah. Obviously, right. the West and the Chinese and all these colonials, they're all the same. They all got the same kind of mentality because they want to be superior over Africa and over others.
Let's say you, for instance.
Yeah.
Look, Africa, we're not looking for a pat on the head. If they can connect, build great roads, connect upline with with Freetown all over, you know, good roads, you know, the market is open, road to Guinea, Liberia, everything. They can build this infrastructure and then leave. Who cares if the Chinese, if they love Africans or not? They leave. You know what I'm saying?
We've been dealing with the Chinese for a long time, man. You know, a lot of our family members, that's where they go and buy business and come back. You know, we've been dealing with them for a long time. You know, I've seen the Chinese man at the port. We've seen the Chinese man in the market. They bring in stuff. You know, a lot of people go to China and coming back. But the reality is, these people that were saying the Chinese are taking over Africa, right? When it come down to the end of the coronavirus stage, where vaccines were distributed around the world, the IMF sideline Africa, the West sideline Africa, and Africa was out there begging for help for vaccines. And then some of these countries like, oh, okay, you know what? Let's ask the IMF to reduce the loan that the African countries have, because it's a massive burden that can help them, you know, to help themselves. Guess what? The IMF only wiped out like zero, not point, like some tiny margin of the loan, and the Chinese, I think the Chinese wiped out 15% of the loan. And they, in fact, increase investment in Africa. So you can see the you know, talk is cheap, right? Talk is cheap. You know, someone can sit there and say, oh, the Chinese are doing terrible things, and, you know, don't work with them, you know, work with me. But at the end of the day, if you're telling me to do that while I come to you, you're actually trying to fuck me over, why would that work with you?
Exactly. Good point, Al.
Yeah.
Good point. Let's bring in.
At the same time, Mr. Tariq Nasheed, is that AKA the king? Is he gone? Is he the American guy that was American brother?
King Mark?
Yeah. He was talking about the
King Mark is here. Yeah.
He's talking about the melanin bit, right? Come on, man. If you're talking about melanin, the Spanish and the Italian come on, melanin and the Chinese.
Okay. Thank you. He heard you. Let's bring in
something, Afridamus.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that yes, the Chinese, all I was saying is that the Chinese will be a better choice, because if you look historically, they've never been colonizers in that sense. Yes, they took over territories, but they didn't colonize them and try to change people's culture and try to take over their governments. They let them govern themselves, retain their culture, etc., as long as they paid tribute to them. That's what kind of conquerors they are. They're conquerors, but they're not colonizers in that sense. So all I was saying is that yes, they will be a better choice over the European, because they are more colonizers in nature. They try to take total hegemony over a people, meaning control them in each and every way they can, because by nature they have a winner take all, might makes right type of mentality. And you can see that throughout history. All you have to do is look at their history. That's all I was saying. I wasn't making a racist comment. I wasn't being racist. I wasn't trying to say they're inferior, we're superior. None of the above.
I'm not saying you are, but
let's bring in Pop, J-Pop. J-Pop, are you there? Unmute yourself, J-Pop. Go ahead, J-Pop. Unmute yourself, J-Pop. All right, go ahead. We can't hear you. Are you there, J-Pop?
While he's waiting, please, Judah, stop hating African American brothers, man. Stop talking about African Americans. They haven't done nothing wrong to you. Just leave them.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to J-Pop. Hold on, Al. You said Judah. What did Judah say?
He was saying, oh, the Black Americans, you know, they shouldn't come to Africa, blah blah blah.
Wait, on this panel right now?
Yeah, just earlier.
Let's not start another discussion.
Come on, man. What the heck is wrong with this out guy, man? Man, come on, bro. Is this guy normal? Man.
Leave them brothers alone. They're my brothers.
Man, you shut up, bro. Like, have you heard me call African American?
No, but you was trying to get at that brother earlier.
Come on,
I saw that.
Al, why are you picking on Judah? He didn't even say that. He didn't even mention the blacks today.
Wasn't this guy the same guy that was calling Afidemus a spy? Yeah, a few days ago.
I was what?
Weren't you calling Afidemus a spy?
A spy?
Yeah.
I was calling him a spy. I said he looked like a spy because he had some kind of views which he obviously listen to me. Afidemus knows I don't agree with him. It's certain topic, but with this one I agree with him. And also I don't pander to him. He's my brother. I don't come here to pander to Afidemus. If I disagree with him,
you pander to African Americans as well. Yeah, you don't pander to Africans. That's crazy. You sell out, man.
Okay, so hold on. So Kifaru, earlier when Kifaru, when you and Tunaja disagreed with Kidola when he said, Africans cannot, we don't need this nuclear. They can't even build a bicycle. You guys jumped on him.
No. Okay, no. I didn't allow him finish his point, but I know what he's trying to talk about. The nuclear thing, yes, it's a risky thing for Africans. I think he's talking about the management aspect of like really a dangerous business, companies. Yeah, I would not trust anyone to give nuclear facilities in the hands of Africans to manage. It's something
because we are not managing our aircraft.
Let me finish, Tunaja. Let me finish, Tunaja. Before you can run, you need to walk. That's Kidola's point. Okay, a nuclear thing is something that just
you guys think you have time. God. You are all going to be colonized.
Listen.
You have time for all this, whether you walk or not. You will not have chance to crawl.
Tunaja, let me finish. Nuclear plant is not just talking. It's like we have the technology. We have scientists, okay, who know how to do nuclear energy. But the problem is the management of those facilities. That's the problem. Japan, how great they are. They have this technology. They mess up with nuclear facility, and we also what happened. That is Japan. It's not, and they can even manage the radiation that happens in that community. Listen. If something like that happens, listen.
I think Kifaro, you speaking from the place of ignorance. There's a difference.
Okay, let me land.
Nuclear power plant.
Can I speak?
Weapon.
Let me finish, please. When I finish, you understand. For Africans to do nuclear, okay, it should not be a country. It should be a community of all scientists that should need to sit down and decide this thing. It's not one single country can manage that. It is risky, not only for that country, but for the neighbors.
That is what you think about Africans, and you
hold on. Tunaja.
So low of Africans.
Hold on, Tunaja. I've always heard you talk about this military thing and this nuclear ambition. Like, Tunaja, do you have secret? I mean, like, you don't have to say, but are you secretly one of the people who's pissed off at colonization and you want us to have nukes so we can retaliate of revenge for all these years of what's been happening to us?
No, I don't have time for revenge. I care.
Why do you need the nukes?
Because the nukes is going to prevent you from repeating again.
So you're doing it for prevention's sake.
Yes, of course.
Security, yes, it's a good deterrent. It's a good deterrent.
Security measures and territorial protection.
Tunaja, in Africa, which country do you think should have this? And
personally,
start with which black African country?
I was thinking of non-coastal countries. But
wait. So when you say non-coastal from Gambia, Nigeria, we are out.
The reason why I chose that is that
give Africans nukes, they start nuking each other. If you give to Nigerian nuke, you're going to nuke the Fulanis.
I've always said this. Okay, I understand the nuke thing, but I would take it from you. I would take it, right?
Nigeria, Congo, Kenya, there's no reason why they can't handle this nuclear technology.
But do you not
Zimbabwe
see?
can
Do you
handle
not see what's happening in those
Oh,
places?
Boko Haram gonna take you to the advantage, man. Don't do that.
Why would Boko Haram? You will forget that Nigerian government is securing a lot of weapons right now as we
You
speak.
know that.
You know how much weapons Nigeria has or Ghana has. They are able to secure it. It doesn't. Why is it not ending up on the streets? So there's no reason why we cannot secure a nuclear the weapons or this in power plants. We can do just as well as anyone else.
But I mean, to be honest,
do you know? No,
hold on.
But do you know Nigeria?
Hold on, guys. One mic.
Okay, go on, Zongo.
I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, nuclear power is the cheapest way to generate electricity. So if we're thinking about producing electricity or generating electricity in the cheapest way, I mean, using like the nuclear approach is an alternative option for us. I mean, there's a distinction between a nuclear power generating electricity and then, I mean, a nuclear weapon. There's a difference.
But Zongo, let me ask you this. So you heard we're talking about this nuke thing. Do you trust these African governments with having the power or nuke? I mean, some countries, like some ethnic group that they have some beef with. Don't you think?
Black man, any kind of weapon.
I mean, you know, okay. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Look, this is like example, right? Okay, Zongo.
Yeah.
For example, you take like the black gangs here, the blacks.
Yeah.
If these gangs you give they're giving these weapons, their new toys. Mm-hmm. I mean, let's be real. Who do you think they are using it on? Who they are testing it on?
Oh, they are testing on the BDs and the GDs.
Yeah. So okay, in Africa, you guys know, like, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And is quick.
That's obviously your intention is clear, isn't it? But yeah, do you know one thing I noticed about? I mean, if we're gonna have nuclear, like you say, country. Let me just make an example. Say Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, all these countries, they've got a lot of uranium in the ground. Mm-hmm. If we can secure this zone, we should have nuclear plant to supply electricity, energy, and also have a nuclear as a deterrent. A lot of countries that have nuclear, they don't.
Okay. For example, let's say if hold on, Zongo. For example, right? I understand the nuke thing, right? But if even let's say you are president in Sierra Leone, like I'm somewhere in Gambia, right?
Yeah.
And you guys got the nuke, and like let's say you are in charge. Like, I'm not gonna feel secure, like, because I don't know what I would say that can trigger you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what I would end up saying and triggering you, and you have the nukes and you're close by. I mean, I don't know how safe I would be.
The black man is too emotional.
Listen, right? I mean, even Zongo know that the House Afulani has got most of the weapons in West Africa to smoke every country out, clean out, but they're not doing it. So
they don't have weapons.
No, they don't.
Nigeria got the weapon. Nigeria got the weapons to smoke entire West Africa out. I'm telling you.
No, it's not.
They have.
True.
That's not true. That's not true.
They have.
If Nigeria had all the weapons,
even if they do, you think
look at the war in Syria.
How do you know why they're not doing it?
Bro, exactly. They have Boko Haram.
Hold on, guys. One mic.
Let me already wiped out this.
Go ahead, Mike.
Listen. First of all, Cameroon has a pact with France that they will protect them militarily. So Nigeria or anybody, if you go invade the next country, their colonial master will come and defend them. So forget that shit. If it wasn't their colonial masters, African countries would invade each other by now. If it wasn't,
actually, it was African countries that signed a deal themselves.
If France doesn't exist in Niger or Togo or Benin, Nigeria would have invaded them or something. Africa would be invading each other. The reason we haven't invaded each other is because the colonial masters. That's it.
We are invading each other already. Where did you get that Africa doesn't invade each
No,
other?
no.
We just talk.
Tribes. That's
Who's
it within our
invading
country.
who? We just have internal
From
problems.
Tanzania invading Uganda, this is
No, no,
Rwanda
they're not.
invading
It's
this.
not an
They are all
official
fighting
thing.
each other all over the
No,
place.
no, no. They're
Tell
fighting
him
the
to
terrorist
Niger.
group
Tell him.
What?
M23.
This the Rwandan war and that of Congo. You didn't know about it. You don't know about the
Congo,
Uganda. This thing.
Rwanda is not
You don't
fighting
know about
Congo to
this
Niger.
in Eritrea and Ethiopia. You don't know about. There
To
have been
Niger.
wars all over Africa
Eritrea is
against
not
each other.
fighting Ethiopia.
Now
Ethiopia
just
is
stop moving
fighting
goalposts.
within
You know the
itself.
point we are making.
No,
Afrodemus,
but I'm
Afrodemus,
not
do you
moving
know?
goalposts. I'm just making a
You
concrete
like to do
point
that.
that
Just
there has
forget it.
been wars
Afrodemus,
against from one country to another in Africa.
So
It's
are
a
you
fact.
saying if it wasn't France that's those countries that surround Nigeria, Nigeria would have invaded one of them?
Nigeria,
It's not only
Nigeria.
France. It's also Britain. They
Yeah,
are the ones
you're making my
invading
point. I don't know
us.
what your argument is, man.
But what I'm
To
saying is that it
Niger,
doesn't mean
maybe
that
you don't know.
it doesn't mean that France will join the
No,
war.
To
We have
Niger is right there, sir. He's
To
If
right.
you give
Niger,
us look, we'll look each other
to
out.
Niger
Niger.
is
Let
right.
me
but I think the
add this
reason
to
is
what.
Hold on, guys.
fire into the war.
let me make a
Guys, one
statement.
at a time. One at a
Let me make a
time.
Okay,
statement.
let me just make
I
my
think
point
the
before. Then
reason.
I let you
Hold
go.
on.
Let Zongo finish. Let him finish.
Okay.
I think the reason why most African countries are not invading other African countries is because internally, most of the tribes are busily fighting themselves
Exactly.
to even care about trying to invade other African countries. You
So
understand?
Zongo, you think a nuke? You didn't answer. What do you think about a nuke? These countries have a nuke.
I mean, academics, if I can be honest with you, when I stayed in Cyprus and I met Nigerian students, the northern Nigerians and the southern Nigerians, I I I came to the realization there's no way I would trust an African of a nuclear weapon because they
How
never
did you
loved
come
them.
to that conclusion?
Because the House of President doesn't want the southerner to take
We
control
know.
of the authority and the southerner
Didn't you
to
listen to
seize
what
that.
Mike had to say earlier, Afrodemus? What
And
Mike
the
had to
southerner
say about
also
the
see
nukes.
the House of President as he's dumb. So they
Okay.
don't even trust themselves.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
if you give them
But
this
it's the same thing
power
with most
and they
other
don't have
nations.
like
Mm-hmm.
strong
It's not.
institutions,
Okay. Okay. Can I say something? I get you. You know.
No,
When,
I supposed to go next after
okay.
Zongo.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what Tunaja was saying earlier, Nigeria already have a lot of dangerous weapons. Yeah. In place. I know they got Boko Haram. I mean, fighting internal war, which is obviously fighting your own people, and fighting a different, invading the country is not the same. We know that. If you're gonna be fighting your people, you're actually gonna be careful about casualties and stuff like that. Going into another country, it's easy. You can just smoke them all out. Nigeria got the weapons in place. They actually
No,
there's no country.
I
There's
think
no
that's
country.
delusion.
There's no
Nigeria cannot.
there's no
They
country.
don't have those types of weapons to
There's no
be
country.
able to smoke out West Africa. I'm telling you.
There's no country in Africa. There's no country in West Africa that manufacture weapons. All these other countries in West Africa, they rely on foreigners to come and help them out or get some rotten old weapon to fight. That's a fact.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like Nigeria might have, but they don't have that type of weapon.
Nigeria manufacture
come on, man.
drones. They
Even
manufacture war
Nigeria could
tanks.
even defeat Boko Haram.
Yeah,
They
but that's
relied on
different.
America to come.
Zongo. They haven't had any foreign troops in the ground fighting Boko Haram. They're fighting it themselves.
But
No, but
Boko Haram
the
is
point I'm
still
trying to say is that
in fact, the problem Nigeria got at the moment, because they've been dispersing Boko Haram from the northeast. Yeah, they don't want to obviously wipe them out like that. We know there's
they
lots of
did that.
internal
Some
corruption
army,
going.
some Nigerian military.
Boko Haram is a
Hey.
skeletal organization now. They barely done any major stuff. It's banditry we are dealing with now in
Thank
Nigeria.
you very much.
How many times have you heard about
And it's
bombing
very
before in
difficult
Nigeria?
to fight.
Bombing has been
You guys-
more than 6 months. I've ever even had a bombing at all. And
Oh,
that is,
Tunaja,
I don't even know what I've had in the last 6 months. Even.
Tunaja, I disagree with you because
Boko Haram
there was an incident. Hold
no
on, let me
longer
make a
powerful,
statement.
man.
Hold
It's
on.
no longer powerful
There was
in
one
Nigeria.
time.
They're
There was
done.
one time a Boko Haram person killed a military man, and they went to that village and destroyed the whole village. And those village people became Boko Haram people, man.
Yeah, but those are bandits you're talking about. It's not necessarily Boko Haram.
But I mean, even the military, they also fucked up as well. You understand?
There's corruption, tribalism going on in the northeast. As
Yeah,
well. So
the military people are also emotional. That's why
thank
you
you
can't
very
even
much.
trust
Military
them as
people are
well.
working with them, so it's mainly banditry. Most of this problem you hear in Nigeria, not like foreign invaders coming, taking over the country, blah, blah, blah. What here? It's
And
banditry.
some of the stuff people say, whenever they talk about African stuff, they always Nigerian African military did this. All this stuff, Western military do it too. They wipe out villages, so they destroy places over and over again. And nobody, even weddings, they destroy weddings and they get away with it. They just write it off as collateral damage and we just sanitize it and forget about it. The thing is,
so Tunaja, you want the nukes.
Nobody's speaking about the West. We're speaking
of
about
course.
Africa right
See,
now.
if you have a problem, don't pretend as if you have a different problem.
Tunaja, we gotta feed the people first. You know, let's get.
We have been feeding the people forever. Feeding is not the problem. When even the colonial powers were there, they were feeding fine.
Yeah.
It's not feeding is not the problem.
Yeah.
Afrodemos, remember in Kono during the war, yeah? And you remember when we had all these foreign troops coming over? We had people coming from Vietnam. We had people came from
South
America, South Africa. They all got
Britain,
smoked, bro.
yeah.
They all got smoked. The only people that stayed there put was the Nigerian and the Guinea army.
Well, because the Nigerians and the Guineans, you know, they are African. They are Africans. Yeah. They are used to the terrain.
Yes.
The reason why these other people got smoked is because the Nigerians, obviously, you know, like they're from that region in West Africa. And so they and the Guineans, they're the ones who were able to withstand and fight in that jungle.
Yes, and also when the British came to the
and
end
also
of the
in
war,
the city.
Yes, and when the British came to the end of the war, you know what they said about the Sierra Leoneans? They're like, wow, these kids are really good fighters. So they train a lot of this young youth. And in fact, in Somalia, there are a lot of Sierra Leoneans in the peacekeeping force of Somalia.
And also they took them to Iraq too. Did you know that?
Exactly. Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah, but you know, in Sierra Leone, those people were not, you know, like restricted. You know, like those guys were. It's like taking Southside gang members and allowing them to wild out in the forest with weapons.
You know, our people are hot. They're hot anyway. When you give them that.
You know
but
why?
And also, let me just finish. In Somalia, the Sierra Leonean army happened to be one of they suffered least casualty compared to any army that fight in Somalia as we're speaking. So
yeah, that's because they were battle tested already. That's why.
Thank
you. Yeah.
Do you know why I wouldn't charge an African, these African countries with a nuke? Because all the northern Nigerian person has to say is that, oh, this person insulted the prophet, and they would just
stop flying.
That's why Pakistan is still a nuclear power. Let's not do that.
Yeah, those ones they are not too emotional and passionate about the prophet like you guys.
You mean the ones that literally wrap pipe bomb around themselves and blow it up in mosque all over the place in Pakistan? Yeah, they are very, very emotional and
those were Afghans.
But all of them, but Pakistan is homogeneous, right? All of them are Muslim. That's why they separated from India. But Nigeria, on the other hand, is not. They have different factions that believe in other religions.
You're looking for another excuse. Why have they not used it against India?
Let me make my point.
The way you obedience are feeling right now, if you had nuke, you would have bombed.
Because India has nukes.
I know that one was sure.
Hold on. I'm a Muslim myself. I'm telling you what they can do. All you have to do is just accuse another person who doesn't believe in your faith.
No, they wouldn't do that because they know there will be retaliation.
Wait. So Zongo, are you saying the Africans would be more unreasonable? You're right. If they say some people insulted the prophet, that could cause problem. But it would be more guarded than that, because even in Nigeria, I think they have a lot of control over these, you know, people trying to use their discretion to commit religious violence on behalf of it. I don't tend to hear it.
Tolerant, actually.
No African country can handle those high technology in anything.
Maybe you can't speak for yourself.
Hold on. Tunaja, even your brother cannot even make Eba to talk of holding such
So don't mix me with you.
Our leaders.
Hold on, guys. Let him finish. Go ahead, Ola.
When I'm in sub-Saharan Africa countries, they cannot even focus of producing a globe of light. You know how a white man will focus for something for 60, 80 years. Some of them are not even married. You understand me? In Africa, African leader or some of these scientists in Africa, they will give the code to their girlfriend, to their side chick. You gotta say,
Right, you really don't get it. The reason why Africa is acting the way it's acting right now because they are
we
not
don't want.
secure in the
Oh,
first
no,
place.
Teenager, let him finish. Teenager, don't get.
We
Man,
don't want this.
you will go next. Let him finish.
We
Go
know
ahead.
who we are. We know who we are.
Yeah,
We don't want this.
So
things in
you know,
Africa.
Kirola, you got a point. He said some of these ogas they might give the code to their girlfriend. You're right.
To
You're
their
right.
girlfriend. So we don't
Yeah.
want this in Africa. Let's deal with our dam, what we use it, or we have petrol in some of these African countries. Let's use gas to produce this electricity. Anything that will
Hydro,
disturb,
hydro is the
anything that will
best.
disturb us, that come and wipe us out. That come and wipe us out.
So wait, Ola, what do you think? Because Tuna just say the countries need the nukes so they can, protect, what we're working for and building the wealth.
We're not there. We're not there at all. We're too far from those for that. In short, that is just stay away from Africa continent.
What is wrong with this guy?
We don't need that.
How can you say we are not there? There is no stipulation how you get there. North Koreans were flattened.
You never get there.
North Korea were flattened. Hold on now. Let me say
you know why I never get there.
Wait, guys,
let me make a point.
Let me make
something.
No, I thought
guys, allow Tuna to respond.
So there is no preparation for whether you are going to be strong or not. Is whether you choose to be. If you keep saying that your people are not worthy, then you are basically saying your people should remain slaves. I can't believe
because we know you're not worthy. We're talking about nukes. You haven't got the lab
I don't
yet.
know why some of our people are like that.
If it was a white man that's been passionate about nuke like you, you would have been in the lab figuring it out by now.
Why is he interrupting
just come online to talk to us?
Hold on, Mike, let him talk. Mike, let him talk.
Let him troll constantly.
Mike, let him finish.
Yeah, he thinks this is his friend's channel. So what see the point is that you can't allow yourself to become a slave race. And some of the things people are saying here, you can see very well. They are betraying fear. These are
but
men.
Tunaja, do you disagree with Kidola like some of these people? Tunaja, they might give this code to their girlfriend.
Again,
aren't you worried about stuff like that?
Interject you for 1 minute. Tunaja, not only African countries are against nuclear technology. There's a lot of European countries that don't want it. So stop saying that we're making ourselves a slave race. A lot of European countries are against nuclear in their countries.
You're
Definitely.
Listen.
Okay,
you are naive.
So let me make the point I'm
Kafiru,
making.
sorry, that's naive.
Okay,
Kafiru,
tell all the European countries to give it up, and you see how.
Hold on, Tunaja, what do you think about this? What Mimi wrote? Mimi said, because Mimi saying they don't need nukes in Africa. Said, you think if people like Judah have nukes, he wouldn't use it on the Fulanis?
Oh man, you see, we have armored cars, we have bombs, we have aircraft. Are we using it on each other? Let's stop this childish.
You realize having a nuke is no longer
I really
enough.
don't understand it. You see, then what are we doing here? All these people are just pretending as if they are advocating freedom for their people. They are basically bringing slavery to their people. That's what they are doing.
All right. You realize these days you really don't need nuke anymore. You also need like a means to deliver that nuke, because now, if you don't have supersonic missile, your nuke, they will shoot it down, because now they have something called air defense system. So if you just say you want to be shooting nuke with a, you still have to have supersonic missile.
You're going to fly and show them your missile. There are so many ways to deploy nukes from underwater.
Dude, forget nukes, man.
In the remote locations. If you forget it, you don't understand the military tactics.
So that how about you start doing the work? You start going to the instead of coming online to talk.
If you keep advocating slavery for your people, come out openly and say, stop pretending as if
let me make a point. Let me make a point.
We need to build
we need to do our
economy.
Just tell them
that you are willing to turn your back for other men to do whatever they like with you. That's what you are doing.
Oh man!
And what Kifado said, let me address the point Kifado said. See, Indians have India. That's the Asian-looking people have India. The Asians have China. The Europeans have NATO.
Right. Indians are
the China is not for all of Asia. The Chinese, the Vietnamese are there.
Don't mind it.
Look at the pattern of behavior. You can tell.
Where do you
think China is selling all their this thing? We just talked about it earlier on today. China is
not protecting the whole Asia. They are not.
This guy just shut up. Can you just
shut up? You're not making
sense. Japanese colonized China too.
The Chinese.
South Korea and North Korea don't get along.
Hold on. Guys, one at a time. Allow two Niger.
man. Come on,
Guys, allow two Niger. Stop
Let
interrupting
me
him.
finish my point. The Chinese give most of their
Why you letting Nigeria talk, man?
No, because he's not finishing his point. You guys,
he will never finish now. Trust me.
hold on, Mike.
He's saying the same shit he's been saying for decades.
Hold on, Mike. He has the right to say it. Let him use his time.
Thank you.
Right.
So the Chinese give most of their weapons to Asian countries. You notice that they even send this in the submarine recently to Malaysia. They've not given it to any other region. This in the Americans. Who do you think they give most of their weapons to? NATO countries. They are even selling a nuclear submarine to Australia as we speak. They are doing it right now. Do you see them offering to African countries? If you say some European countries won't say,
but you don't know what is being done behind the scenes.
That's their ally. That's their ally.
But you don't see it happening to any African country.
But you don't know
because we cannot manage the rigs. To Niger, you need to come down the way you think.
Can you let me finish my point?
You drown yourself in it, man.
Guys, let him finish. Guys,
let me finish my point. The point I'm making here is that he said European countries, some of them don't want to. Why would they not? They have the luxury not to want to, because America, UK, and France have nuclear weapons in abundance, not to mention Russia. They have that. But what do sub-Saharan African countries have? You all are sitting here saying, oh, we should just fold our hands and wait for us to be recolonized again. God forbid.
1 million buffalo soldiers.
Just admit that's what you're advocating for your people, because nothing else will free people from the.
You are so unrealistic in your mentality.
Okay, Mike, 1 million buffalo soldiers.
Then just preach colonization to your people. Don't waste your time preaching freedom, because
don't worry, we'll put together 1 million buffalo soldiers. Don't worry.
Okay, Zongo, respond, and then we'll allow King Mark to chime into what Tunai is saying. I want to hear what he has to say too.
I mean, I want to say, I understand the fantasy as Africans, we got to come together and unite. But even the Chinese-looking people, they all don't have the same goals. The Japanese colonized China. So China and Japan, they don't love each other. They all look alike, but they don't love each other.
They're enemies.
Exactly, the Taiwan, Hong Kong, they don't like China.
But
so
if it comes to black
idea,
man, they'll team up against a black man at the same time, though. So don't.
Okay,
get
okay. I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that we as Africans, I mean, as a guy growing up, I was told within my culture that you don't even trust an Igbo guy, because an Igbo guy will sell you for money, man. So
maybe did they do it back in the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes, they did. They were
okay. So that's where that came from. But go ahead, Zongo.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we gotta be careful. Look at Africa. Look at I don't know if you remember this guy, Omar Farouk, is the kid of a rich Nigerian businessman who was raised from a wealthy family, and this guy had a good background in Islamic studies and Western education. But this guy.
Oh, Umar Farouk, the terrorist guy.
Yeah,
but he took his dad's money and went to get an ideology from Yemen.
Yeah.
To trying to attack United States instead of him trying to fight for Africans. So why would he even trust some Africans with a way of thinking? The religion has distorted our way of thinking. And I don't think Africa as a country is ready now. I think we have to start building our educational institutions.
Thank you.
And then gradually, once we have our people start to think with our vision, then we will start thinking about having a nuclear weapon.
You are preaching slavery to your people. You want to
let the man talk now. We all let you talk now. Let other people talk now. Come on.
This is exactly what they are doing. They are pretending
we allow you to talk. Let guys talk, man.
They don't want to risk their lives.
So now guys want to cry. Go and cry in your bedroom. We don't want to hear you cry here.
Is how you get there.
Hold on.
We'll all be enslaved again.
No, you'll be enslaved, not me.
If I was on the other side, that is exactly what I would do. Just think about it. If you're on the other side, what would you do to stop them?
So the solution is to come on after that was kind of be crying.
Hold on.
So now you gotta go to the lab and start learning how to build your weapons.
Hold on, guys. Wait, guys. Hold on. Al, hold on.
Now you're preaching slavery. That's all.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's allow King Mac. King Mac, what do you think about people's been split on? Because Tunai just say Africa should get the nukes, and other people are saying no, it's not safe. You know how Negroes get, they somebody offends them, and next thing you know, they are using it in the neighborhood. So, like, what's your take on it?
Yes, thank you. I believe everybody's on the panel is African, right?
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm African American. I mean, it's obvious. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for letting me, listen in and be a part of the conversation. It's been a great conversation.
You're
But
welcome.
what I
Absolutely.
think
You're
about
welcome.
what I think about Africa having nukes, or any of us so-called black people having nukes, is that no, we don't need them, because what we have to realize is that this earth that we walk on, she's our mother. I think a lot of us have forgotten that, and we don't need anything that could potentially
Oh God.
destroy the
Oh
whole
my God!
planet.
Seriously?
No,
So
Oh my
guys,
God!
let him finish.
You know
Guys,
what?
let him finish.
Okay,
Guys,
all right.
tonight, he didn't interrupt anyone. He
No,
didn't
that's true.
interrupt anyone.
You're Afrodemus, you're
Please.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, don't
no,
interrupt
seriously,
him. He was
seriously,
patiently waiting.
through
He didn't interrupt
seriously
anybody. Don't interrupt him.
throughout
Go ahead.
history, Africans have been the cultivators and the civilizers of the whole world, and we have to set the example. We can't have nuclear weapons and be people of war. Of wanting to hold nuclear weapons over other nations' heads, etc. We have to set the example, like big brother and big sister, or mom and dad. I mean, it says that in the Bible.
But how's that working
Honor thy
out for
father and
us
thy
right
mother.
now?
So how's it working out for us?
Yeah.
Well, that has nothing to do with our problems as a whole. Our problems as a whole has to do with us forgetting who we are. You know, we're Africans. What's wrong with being Africans? Well, you guys are more African than I am. But my question is, what's wrong with you being African and remembering who you are, your culture? I mean, that's valuable.
So you're
You
saying
guys don't. You guys
Let me
don't.
say
ask you
Hold
a
on,
just
let me finish.
question.
Let me finish.
I just want to
You
ask you a
guys don't.
polite question.
You guys
hold
don't
on.
know. Let me finish. You guys don't know or recognize your own value. You already rich. I keep hearing about this development. We need to develop. You're already rich. You're already wealthy. You have a culture. You have a history throughout history. We've
Let me
been the
ask you now.
cultivators
How?
and the
Jonah,
civilizers
let the
of the
man talk now.
whole world,
I just want to ask him
and
a
that
question.
No, let the man
and
talk.
that
God
has
damn.
This
that
bushman, what
has
is wrong
that.
with you?
Yeah,
Guys,
let me
let the man
finish.
finish.
That has
I know you eat
value.
okra that your man can shut up, man. You eat too much okra, man.
See, you
Everything,
go and do your
everything
paper.
Guys,
that you
hold on,
all,
guys.
everything
Let the
that
man talk,
Tunaja,
man.
we'll let
Please.
the man talk. He's almost finished. Go
every
ahead.
everything that you all need, everything that you all need as Africans is already inside of you. You have the intelligence, you have the willpower, you have the knowledge, you have the skill, you have the history, like I said, you have the culture, and you can do it. You don't need to look to anybody outside of yourselves.
So no nukes as far as
Even us,
you're concerned. Okay, we got it.
exactly. Yeah.
Can I
Tunaja, what
ask
did
you?
you want to ask him?
Yeah. How does that this your vision prevent enslavement, where they start breeding our people like animals? How does it prevent it?
How does it prevent it?
Yes, this is your vision.
What? How does what prevent?
How does your
With us
vision
not having
of
nukes?
what we should be doing, no, of what we should be doing, prevent us from being enslaved and bred like animals? Like where a child will be sleeping with their mom because he has to breed a proper this enslaved.
But Tunaja, he's
What
saying
prevents
Jonah,
that
no.
from
but where
happening?
is that happening right now? Please tell me.
Hold on, I'm asking a simple question.
Well,
What will prevent
how,
that
how,
from?
what?
Is that vision going to prevent that from happening? Something like that?
Yes, it will.
How?
It will prevent,
How?
because when we come back, when we come back to ourselves, meaning being who we are and what we are as Africans, and remembering that Mother Earth is our mother, and that's where we come from, and we have to protect her. We have to be stewards over her.
Ah, God,
Then,
no, this talk again.
then nature, she has a natural immune system, and her immune system will protect
Eddie,
us.
send
Ah,
him back to the
Meaning
church,
that
please.
when the European and and the U.S. or whoever wants to exploit the minerals inside of the earth, we say, okay, yeah, go take whatever you want. Go ahead, have at it.
Oh,
But
you
if
mean
we don't get
just give it to
involved in
them?
it and we let them go out there and do what they do,
Are you?
How about
trees
this
and
slavery
different
now?
things,
What if they want
natural
to
things
enslave you?
like
What do you do?
Hold on. Let me ask him something. King Mac,
natural things like
King
storms,
Mac,
like earthquakes, etc., that will prevent them from doing that.
King Mac, are you Christian?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you Christian?
Am I Christian?
Yeah.
Yes, I was raised a Christian. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
The
Let's
Bible
allow.
said, "Turn the other
But
cheek."
you didn't talk how he's going to prevent us from being enslaved. You just said give them the this. What if they said, "I've taken your minerals now, but I like you too. I want to take you to
But
where I
my
want to
point,
work."
Now,
You
So
don't
now,
say
main
you
point is
know how to
that
prevent yourself
how
from
does
being a
that
slave.
stop them?
no,
Just
Teenager, he said
don't be a
my
slave.
main
That's it.
point is that
Teenager, he made a
Oh God.
So now,
this
just
whole
slavery
thing
is a
about
choice. If
development
somebody say be a slave, say
and
no. That's
us
it.
God.
oh my days.
Wow.
wanting to
Now
Okay,
have a share of
hold on,
I
guys. We
call it
have a
fun.
new speaker.
Them
We have a new speaker here.
taking the resources, mining the resources. I would ask any of you guys, I would challenge you, how much money would any of you take in order to prostitute out your mother? How much money would you take in return for it?
but that is not the point. If they say they want
If
to
a
enslave
white
you, how would you
guy, if a
stop them?
Chinese guy, if a white guy, Chinese guy wanted to
Please
sleep with your
answer the
mother, how much
question.
how
There's not
much
a lot
money
of
would you
time.
take for it?
Well,
Answer the
No,
question.
it's a
How would
valid
you stop them
question
from
because
enslaving you?
it's a
hold on,
valid
Tunaja.
question
Hold on,
because,
hold on. You
as
say
I
how much
said, the
money
earth
would
is our
they take? Because I'm not part of
yes.
it. My mama dead.
But if she
So
was alive, how
so
much money would you take? Any of you take? My point is
well,
this: the earth is our mother, and we're talking about taking money basically for her rape.
How do
Just
you stop
mining the
them from
resources
enslaving you? Are
and
you
this
hearing my question?
development, etc.
Jeez.
Where was your mother
Is any of this
where was our mother
development is
when
it
our
good for the
children was
earth?
taken away?
Is it
But you
good
are
for
not
the
answering a
environment?
straight
Where was your
question.
mother
How do
when
you
you was
stop them
Are
from
not
enslaved?
the
enslaving
lakes, are
you?
not the rivers, are
Africanus,
not the
let
oceans, are
Jonathan
not
guys,
the
Nicodemus,
animals
ask him. Ask him
okay,
that
all
question.
planting
He's
right.
not
suffering
answering
from
it.
it?
Ask him.
Hold on. We'll come to Mac. Let's allow Jonathan. He hasn't spoken. Jonathan, welcome to the Afridamus
But I
report.
won't have my chance though. You know that, right?
Oh, okay. Yes, it's true. Jonathan, just
Talk
hang
rubbish,
tight.
bro.
Let's allow Mike. It's true. Mike never had his chance, but Mike was interrupting Tunaya the whole time. But go ahead, Mike.
Tonight
See,
it's your turn to interrupt him, mate.
Hold on.
see,
No interruption. We're almost towards the
No,
end. Let's
I'm
make
not
this
going to do
fast.
that.
Let Mike
see.
talk. Go ahead,
Let,
Mike.
let me respond to quickly point to that keeps saying like, oh, the enslaved dogs, they took slaves from like Africa to America, and the if we had nuclear bomb back then, they wouldn't have taken slaves. First of all, we were the ones selling our slaves. So if we had nuclear bomb, we wouldn't have stopped that, right?
Right.
We were selling them. So whether you have nuclear bomb, your nuclear bomb won't talk to you. Say, hey, don't sell them.
Yeah.
Oh. You
Yeah.
were selling your people. So forget this. We have to have nuclear bomb before we start betraying ourselves, doing bad. Everything anyone is doing in Africa is we are colluding with them. So your nuclear bomb also stop our behavior. You understand? Everything that's going on is due to how we're behaving. That's it. We're colluding with them. If you want to secure your land, first of all, you start colluding with the outsiders. You develop internal security where no one can just come in and come and be, do what you secure yourself internally. That's the number one thing. And this idea of hey, let me have nuke. You put yourself in a more dangerous position because
So Mike,
all
what
this
do you think while you talk, Mike? What do you think about King Mac's idea of you know Africans going we are going back to Mother Earth. Africa is the cradle. All that. What do you think about that as well? While you're at it,
I'm not really clear exactly what is. I mean, I know it's everyone say yeah. I mean, we have the richest continent. We just have to believe in ourselves that we have everything inside to advance ourselves or do good for ourselves and just be content. I agree with him on that, but I'm not sure which point he's trying to land on that. But
But what truly makes the African continent the richest is the people, the human resources. That's what I'm saying. And what you all have that you don't realize is wealth, real wealth. You have a culture, like I said, you have a history. We've been here for hundreds of thousands of years, debatably. But we have historically been the cultivators and the civilizers of all of humanity. That has value. We don't see value in what our ancestors left before us. That's one of our problems. We have to look back and see the value in it. I'm not saying that we go back to the Stone Age and go back to, horse-drawn carriages, et cetera, mules and everything like that. Let's mix the modern technology and the conveniences that we have today with the old ways of our ancestors, and we can do it.
All right.
was
That's
saying,
cool.
We have the
All right.
minds and we have the intelligence and we have the ingenuity to do it. And we don't need.
Okay, guys,
We
guys,
don't need
guys.
outsiders.
Hold on,
We
guys,
don't
guys.
need to look
Let's make our
outside for what's
points
I was
clear.
already
hoping that he
inside of us.
has answers, but he's
Hold
not
on,
giving us
hold
answers.
on, King Mac, hang tight, Mike. Finish up quick so we
Okay,
can
let me
have
finish up.
Jonathan
See,
speak,
see,
and we have Rashid too.
what people don't understand, the danger of this whole possessing nuke. What people don't understand, when people are like us, say you don't need this crap. First of all, there's not going to be a if there's going to be a nuclear war, there's not going to be a winner. That's one thing. Now, the reason why I believe it's senseless for you to start possessing nuke is better create internal security or internal ways where no one is going to occupy your country. That no country will have enough soldier to occupy entire continents. No one has it. America tried to occupy Afghanistan. They just didn't have enough soldiers to occupy every space in Afghanistan. They got frustrated and left eventually. So that, as far as someone coming to enslave you, if you don't collude with them, they will never enslave you. That's one thing. And the main reason I say it's senseless to have nuclear weapons is because the moment you possess a nuclear weapon, every other country that has nuclear weapon will be pointing their nuclear weapon at you. Because now they're expecting that one day you might push the button and launch at them. So they're ready to launch back at you. So this country, if nuclear war starts, the country we know that will not exist will be the nuclear powers. The country that have high chance of existing after a nuclear war will be the non-nuclear powers. Because no one is launching at you when you don't possess. Once they start pushing that button, the Russian and the Chinese, they're launching at US and India, but anyone that has nuke and entire Western Europe. The same thing, everyone is launching at China. Everyone is shooting at whoever has the weapon that's shooting at them. So why are you telling me to go and be building nuclear bomb and put it in Nigeria? So everybody else can be pointing their own nuke at me? What do I need to pack my nuclear weapon in my country for? America, Russia, they've been dancing. They can't have rest of mind because nuclear bomb is pointing at them. So why are you telling us go and start building nukes? Doesn't make sense. Build internal security where anybody that wants to take from you, tell them to come and invade you. Let's see how they be walking the streets and be forcing you to be kissing their feet or raping your mother, like you said. They don't have enough army to occupy entire continent. No one has it. The invasion of the past, the way they did it, they were training the Africans to do the work for them. It was during the colonial time. It was the Africans army that the British were using. It wasn't the British army. They just went in there, gathered some Africans, gave them weapons, teach them how to march and be soldiers, and were paying them salaries, and they were using them to march through villages. So they used Africans to get their way, to find their way in Africa, and that's what we need to learn from. How can we stop allowing them to use us to get everything they want from us? Once you can get past that hump, trust me, your problem is solved.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you hear what he said? He started the argument and
Dude, go. Let the next person talk, man. I don't want to hear
you see,
you.
I didn't interrupt him once because I just.
It's not your time to talk now.
Hold on, Mike. It's truly like a 30 seconds, so we can have Mr. Miller too.
He started off from at the top saying they cannot do anything. Then he started describing how they control us as if that formula has completely disappeared. the same world that you live in, they can still do it again, and then they will conquer you and use your people for whatever they like. And it's in the basis of
this guy. You're foolish, man. The Africans of that time, they are not knowledgeable. The Africans of today, we are knowledge. We live in information age, moron.
We don't deserve nuclear weapons because he can't even control his feelings.
Listen. The African of 18th century did not know the word.
I allowed you to finish what you are saying. Okay,
you're responding to me now.
Hold on, Mike. Let him finish. I gave him 30 seconds.
Okay, finish your low IQ point. Now respond. Go ahead.
You say we don't deserve it because you know you are judging us based on yourself. You can't control your emotions.
Finish your low IQ point. Go ahead.
My point is that you see that you can't even see. My point is that it's like saying some other person has a gun. He's coming to. You don't want him to attack you, so I don't want to arm myself. This is somebody that is in the US. He still doesn't even understand the concept of self-defense. You just because you don't want somebody to attack you or you're afraid doesn't mean you shouldn't be brave. because this is the world of the brave. This is why they have won. They are brave. They've taken all the risks. They've risked their lives, and hence they inherited the world. If you sit here and say, "Oh, we are scared, let's not do anything," then be prepared. What you are going to see is not what your forefathers saw. It's probably going to be worse, because now, before it was only the Europeans that were oppressing us. Now it could be the Asians, 1 billion Chinese, 1 billion Indians, and 1 billion Europeans. Guess what? They can occupy you. Thank you.
All right, let's allow Jonathan, guys.
Didn't I say we need to build internal
Okay.
security?
All right, guys.
This guy is so foolish, man. Didn't I say we need to build internal security? Is that not what I said?
All right,
So
we'll
what did I
come
say
to
we
that.
shouldn't do anything to
Mike is a
defend
village
ourselves?
boy, man. Go
Mike,
back to the village
hold on, guys. Let's allow Jonathan.
Can I say something respectfully?
Make it quick. Make it quick.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to Niger.
Okay,
Let's
make
be
it
real
quick
and
because
realistic.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
We originally come from the equatorial pygmy, a rainforest pygmy. That's our nature. That's our root. Just like the pit bull or the German shepherd, his root is the wolf. That's where we come from. And by nature, we're not fighters and we're not killers. Let's be realistic. So we don't need to think about getting some guns and some bombs or some nuclear weapons and defending ourselves or bombing other people, because that's not our nature. We have to be who and what we are. We're like
Can you ask this guy that simple
herbivores
question?
by nature that are trying to be like the lion, like a
Ask him that
predator,
simple question,
etc.
because the way he talks, it sounds like he's got some brain in his head, but it's not.
You need to learn to be quiet when people talking. Your emotion just keeps.
I'm just saying it's not real.
Niger, let him speak, man, please.
We don't need any nuclear weapons. We just need to
I'm here to
remember
learn.
who we
I'm
are.
not
Like
here
I
to
just
said.
shut the hell up.
We need to
Everybody's
be
telling you shut
ourselves.
up.
Oh, come on, stop.
Hold on, Mike, be
And
nice.
Mother Nature will take care of us. That's what we need to do. We don't
Okay,
need
Tunage
nuclear
answered
weapons.
your question.
We
He
don't
said,
need to-
Tunage,
we certainly don't
he
need
said
to be
Mother
trying
Nature will take care of us.
So when we are enslaved, the mother nature will take care of us. Okay, I guess we know where his answer is then. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Jonathan, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Thank you for having me on the show.
No problem. Jonathan, you had a lot to say about the topic. Now you're on the panel. I want to hear your point of view. What's your take on China? Yeah.
I just want to say I agree with Niger that Africa definitely needs to get their hands on nuclear weapons. They need to build the military as much as possible. I agree with the brother.
Can you guys hear him?
Pray.
Hold on, Jonathan. Your mic is low.
I can hear him. I don't know about you.
I can hear him. It's just he's low a bit. Say something, Jonathan.
Yeah, I can hear him at Afrodemus. I can hear him.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I was just saying I agree with brother Niger.
So you think so you are in the camp of the nukes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, over the last few years, how many countries in Africa have been bombed by the United States, Britain, France? I mean, at some point, if you don't want to get bombed anymore, you need to have a reason for them not to bomb you. So if you don't have no reason,
Tell us how many.
In Africa,
How many?
right? Men,
Give us the number.
Over 12 times minimum.
Name the number of the countries have been bombed.
Name the countries. Name the sub-Saharan.
Libya, Somalia,
Burkina Faso, Libya.
Yeah, even they've done raids in Niger. So Mike, he's right about that.
Niger.
Yeah, he's correct.
I can keep on going if you want me to.
Yeah.
We could damn near get close to naming the whole continent. What's a few countries? That's how bad
he's
it
right.
is.
He's
You
got
may
a
not
point.
hear about it, but they're done it. They got a whole list of reports on how many countries they bombed in Africa last year alone. It's long, bro. So if you don't want to keep getting bombed and taken over, every time you guys, any francophone country, once they get any kind of anti-French sentiment, for instance, they people in to go get the person out, replace the leader, or make sure that they puppet stays in power. The United States does the same damn thing. So if you want change in Africa, you got to get those puppets out, but you got to be able to have some kind of defense to keep yourself from being attacked.
But
So,
when
yeah,
you say the
Niger, you're right.
puppets,
Exactly.
are you talking about the people in charge?
Yes.
Same Africans.
But
the same Africans.
Jonathan, they got the weapons though.
Every time they remove someone who is not, Africa, they do have their revolutions, they do have their protests, they do have the moments when the military takes over and says, we got to get this dude up out of here. They have those moments. But a lot of times when they have those moments, they don't, it's not like a pre-planned moment in which we're saying, hey, you know what, we're going to work with the Russians. Hey, Russia, we're going to get this dude up out of here. We're going to need some protection or something. They don't do it that way. They just go straight in and just try to remove people. And then that's when France says, oh, hell no. That's our person. We're going to go back and go get this person back, or we're going to switch it to somebody else that we want in power. They've been doing
aren't
it
you
for the
worried?
last 30 years.
But aren't you worried about? Hold on, aren't you concerned about? Because I mean, you know, like some country, like the concern they are giving, they might have like the nuke. Let's say some president, they have some issue with some ethnic group or some people they don't like.
No.
Can't you foresee them like?
No.
Huh? Okay.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You don't think they will go that far?
Yes.
No, I don't think they will, Afrodemus.
Hold on, let him talk.
Guys,
Let him
guys,
talk. Hold on, let him talk. Let him finish.
Okay.
Back in the days when they were having a lot of those tribal problems, it was right going towards the end of colonization. You know, when they used to try to keep Africans divided, they'll have one group on top.
Right.
And then they'll have another group at the bottom. And then they'll be like, all right, we're leaving now. You know that the people at the bottom were going to be pissed off. They were usually the majority.
Right.
So, of course, it's going to be tribal problems. Now, in 2023, is it that thick? Are Igbos running up north trying to kill people in northern Nigeria? Are people in northern Nigeria said we need to go take over Igbo land? Are they doing that?
I haven't heard of it.
Never. That would
No.
never
I haven't
happen.
seen it. So I don't think it's a big old issue like people making it sound like it is.
So Jonathan, what's your take on the Chinese question? Why is the West concerned? You know, pretending to be concerned, like saying, "Why are the Chinese in Africa?"
No, they're just in their feelings. That's all.
They what?
The West, whenever they wanted to dominate a country, or whenever they dominated a country, even though they quote unquote may have let you free, they still try to have some kind of ties or some kind of rule over you. Just like even during the COVID virus, well, I'm not gonna say that, but during that little moment thing, when it was like, okay, well, how are we going to?
You mean during the pandemic?
Yeah, during the pandemic. When it was talking about, oh, how are we going to test the vaccine? It was like, oh, France was like, we'll just test it on the African people. Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah, I remember that.
still look
So that's why I say China, right? Is not of, I'm not looking at it like a friend, but as a competition, because they are competing against these people for the same resources. Then that puts you in a better position to go with the highest bidder. Does that make sense?
It puts you in a position to go with the highest bidder to a degree, because it's not like China's going to put themselves in a position in which they're actually uplifting you.
Right.
They may give out these loans, but they give out these loans with high ass interest rates, knowing that even if you want to know it, say it's 15% interest rate, they know for a fact when they signed that deal, there's a huge possibility it's not going to be paid back. There'll be a default, or they'll just need to borrow more money. It's pre-planned. It's not an accident. They do this to other countries. They've done it before. And then they wait for them to default, and they say, okay, you defaulted, we're taking your land now. We own this mine. We own this
and also,
area.
you were asking, you said, does it take 20 years to build a road? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't take. Now, this is what I'm saying. Because I don't like it when people be like, you know what, they need the Chinese to go over there and help them because they can't do it. Shut the fuck up. That's bullshit.
Oh no, it's not because they cannot do it. It's because of the machines, and so they bring, because sometimes the technology. That's what. Yeah, the machine, the technology. But
can you buy the machinery?
You cannot. Okay, there's
we can.
No, hold on. You do realize? Wait, do you guys realize that there are some technology that is not approved, allowed in Africa? You guys know this, right? From the Westerners. So China and Russia fills in that void because we can get those from them.
Yeah, but what they do is they go to Africa and they build it. But why not give the machinery if you want to help the people?
No. But then Jonathan, that doesn't make sense for them. We have to be realistic.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're giving it to you for free.
Right.
You guys are taking loans out.
No. African countries are beginning, like with China, they are buying the equipment. They are buying them. It's not a loan. They are buying it. They are owning it. There is some parts of loan, but they are buying these machines from China, from Turkey, things that they were denied. They are able to buy these things. That's what I'm saying. It's not because it's not free. It's not
I'm not
free.
saying it's free.
So African countries, right? Some technologies, the West, they don't allow us to have them. So it's not like a fair deal. Even if you want to buy it, you cannot have it there. But you can buy it from the Chinese.
It's what they call copyright in most of the
Can I give a scenario like using Ghana as a case study?
Before you go, let me just make one point clear.
Guys, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
It's only a copyright issue if you're trying to make that item. If you're taking it apart, rebuilding, China does that. Literally copyrights. Infringes on everybody's copyrights, literally. That's all they do. So I'm saying, I believe Africa can build everything on their own. I believe there's enough intelligent people in Nigeria.
No. I mean, we depend
that
on
can help develop Nigeria. I don't think they need to depend on other countries. Now, if you need help with some things, all right, fine, that makes sense. But I don't make it seem like the Africans are so incompetent. They can't.
No, that's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is you recognize your opportunity and take it. People are focused on this friend talk. This is business. Like, I don't know why people are so hell bent on this friend thing. Like, yes, it's good to be friendly with people, but you know, take advantage of the opportunity just like they are taking advantage of it. Do not sit there like a lame duck waiting for other people to make it happen. All of us, we have some sort of leverage somewhere, however small it is. Whatever game you are in, there's a leverage there that you can use to your advantage. You have to recognize it and be ready and play your own game. You cannot be playing other people's game. Like, yeah, you have to recognize, yeah, China is here for their own good. So we also gonna get what we can from China.
So, Alfredamus, I wanted to add something to it, right? So, I'm going to use Ghana as a case study. So, usually, in Ghana, for instance, the current party came to power because they made promises to the people that they're going to fulfill, right? So, when they came to the power and they realized there wasn't much funds or money to embark on their project, it became a challenge for them. So, what did they do? They went to China and signed a trade deal with China. What was the terms in some of the trade deals they signed? They signed that China is going to exploit the bauxite, right? And in
Yeah.
return, the loan, that's the loan. In return, they're going to build some infrastructure some infrastructure facilities for Ghana as a form of payment for the bauxite that they exploit. In other words, China will fulfill their interest by extracting the bauxite, and Ghana will get the benefit of getting the infrastructure, right? So usually, it's not like what we think, like Africans cannot do it, or you understand. It's much more deeper than that. Sometimes democracy kind of hinders us from being able to do that. And also, I wanted to add, like saying that we are not capable of doing that. Sometimes, some of these companies are in these industries for a very longer time and they have the experience. Because over here, like I work in the permanent world, right? This last time we went to Boeing, and do you know like the number one supplier, the number one customer of Boeing over here in Everett to the outside country is China. They buy their
Right.
airplane more than
Mhm.
anybody. So it's not about like China cannot do it, or like they are in the industry longer than most countries, and for you to be able to compete is going to take you a lot of time.
Yeah,
So I think
like Harris Ford said in the past. He said, "Why do I need to know certain things when I can just pay people that know it and do it?"
Yeah.
You know, I can focus my time on something else. But guys, we're running on time here. Let's allow Mad Dog to speak, then we'll do our closings here. Mad Dog, welcome to the Afridamus report. Let's say you, Mad Dog, what's your take on this topic? You know, you've been listening. You know, what do you want to add on to this?
Yeah, big up as always, yeah. You hear me clearly, yeah?
Yeah, you know, you're a bit muffled, but I can hear you.
But yeah, no, I'm just gonna say something real quick, innit? I feel like I'm definitely on the side of having new other things.
Having what?
Having a new, like you have to have the new.
Having nukes. So you're with Tuna, you're with the nukes.
Yeah. But
So you don't support what Kim Max say, the Mother Earth thing being peaceful and
fuck that. You know,
huh?
people are suffering like for real on the continent. You know what I mean? Like all that motherland talk is
Man, there's
bullshit and
something wrong with your
and all that
mic.
doesn't feed anyone.
Mad Dog.
You're gonna have to send him back out and come
Mad
back in.
Dog, leave and come back. Something is wrong with your thing. Leave and come back. All right, guys. When he comes back, he's gonna finish up, but we're gonna do our closing statements here. Let's start with you, King Mac. Closing statements. Go ahead, King Mac.
First of all, I want to say once again that I thank you guys for letting me listen in, be a part of the conversation. Very intelligent conversation. And
Welcome.
one of the things I want to say is that as far as the relationship with us African Americans and mainland Africans go, I think it's a very delicate situation, and I think that those of you who are on the mainland of Africa, you need to be, and I'm an African American and I'm saying this, you need to be kind of wary of us, because a lot of us, we have the mind of colonizers. And I believe that you guys should get together, because a lot of us want to come home, because we want to, recapture our culture, what's been taken from us. But I think that you guys need to get together, form certain panels, think tank or whatever, and have certain prerequisites before we're allowed to gain citizenship or be a part of the country. Because what could possibly happen is we get there and we click up and we separate ourselves, and over time, as a block, we start taking over
Having
certain areas or
ideas.
whatever, and then there's animosity, etc., and it could turn into another Liberia. So I think that needs to happen. You guys need to screen us and make sure that we don't have that colonizer type mind or whatever.
You're absolutely right. That's what the Afridamus report is here
Honest
about.
guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
being
exactly.
honest.
And like I said, I'm an African American saying this. So every African American is not like me. I've decolonized my mind, over a process of time. But the second
Thank
thing
you.
I want to say is that
Go ahead.
you as Africans, and I would dare say us as Africans, I would include myself, we need to remember who we are, what we are, and we need to realize our value. You mainland Africans especially, know your value. Know that you have value, because the media and different mediums want to make you feel like you don't have value because
Sorry. What happened? Okay, go ahead. You muted
yes.
yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, what I want you to all to know and realize is that you have value. Like I said, you have a culture, a very rich culture, very rich history. Historically, like I said, you have been the colonizers, and I dare say we have been not the colonizers, but the cultivators and the civilizers of the entire planet. And like I said, the most valuable resource you have is the people, the human resources. Why do you think as African Americans want to come back to Africa? That's why, because of the people, because of the history, because of the culture, and that's valuable. And you all need to recognize your value. And like you've been doing, a lot of the leaders, they haven't been taking any of this BS and disrespect from these other countries, and that's a good thing. We need more of that. And that's
Thank you
all I
very
want to
much.
say.
Thank you, King Mac. You're always welcome here. Thank you. That was King Mac. All right, Al, you are up next. Go ahead, Al. Closing statement.
Yeah, it's quite refreshing hearing it from him. I mean, it's nice, as he said, he made that clear to have people with that spiritualness. That's the reason why I associate myself with certain people, because I can see that after the spiritualness, they want to reconnect back to their ancestral home. People like that should be always welcome in the continent, and where they want to come back to their so-called tribes or their people, and respect the culture and respect the people and so on. That's people like that. We always open the door to them, no matter what. Basically, going back to the topic in terms of the situation we're in, I do think Mike's argument was flawed. For example, a human being with a low IQ will never be able to spot enemies. That's how it sounds like. I mean, if you cannot spot the enemy, and find a way to defend yourself before it's too late, then you'll be outsmarted. We've been outsmarted times and times and times. Don't let that happen to us again. And we have resources in the continent until we stop. First of all, what we need to do, if we want to be serious, we want the world to take us serious, is to place a total ban on exporting raw material. All our mineral resources that's going out at the moment, the world is crying out for, the green energy. Most of that is coming from the African continent. Oil will be history in the next 50 years. So if we can actually place a total ban on export of raw material, if you're going to extract, we have to have a simple policy: extract to manufacture, not extract to export.
Thank you,
right?
Al. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Al.
You welcome,
Thank
brother.
you.
Great show, Alfredo, today.
Hey, no
I'm really
problem.
impressed.
Thanks for coming.
Jarama.
Jarama. All right.
We will take him out, Okay.
All right. All right. Kifaru, you are up. Kifaru.
Yeah, bro. Thank you for this intelligent conversation. Me, I always think like a philosopher. I think from the metaphysical point of view. This question, this topic about nuclear power in Africa. This is the thing. We're trying to equate nuclear power with some other kind of technology. Nuclear power is something that is really, really interesting. It's dangerous. Okay, so if we want to have nuclear power, we should first see yourself as a nation. Okay, that nation spirit, that nationalism that we carry, this pride that I am Nigerian, I am Gambian, I'm Cameroonian. We're fighting for a country, but in this African country, we still see yourself as some tribal people. Like now in my country, like in most other countries, people from different tribes don't even feel comfortable working in the same office. That's a normal civilian office. There's no responsibility. But you want to give this same group of people that don't see themselves as the same, you give them that to work in that kind of a nuclear plant that just one mistake and someone might not just hit someone from a tribe and may even sell the nuclear code to someone else just because you don't like that person. It's not time. So me first, let's see yourself as, let's build this nation. Let's be these nationalists of our own nations. We see yourself as people of Nigeria, so we can protect Nigeria. Then we can say, okay, now we have the interests of Nigeria at heart. We can go for nuclear weapons. But for now, let's build first things first. Education, medical, job opportunities. Let's make these people love their countries. Then we can start talking about building a nuclear plant. Yeah, that's just what I was just trying to say.
Thank you, Kifaru, for coming. You're always welcome here. Thank you very much. All right. We have Mike. Mike, go ahead, Mike.
What's up, Jerry? Yeah, I definitely agree with Kifaru, man. You start a war from within. You understand? Before you go to war with the outside, you got to go to war with yourself. The continent, what you should be focusing on is to look internal first, look inward, and fix whatever is internal before you start even looking out. He said education, structure, what the hell how you, mental, what people call it mental restructure. Structure yourself mentally where you know what the head is to be an African. And when you have a solid internal structure, then you can begin to look outward. You get to the point where you can produce everything you consume, where you don't have to depend on other civilization for your sustenance, for everything you want to enjoy, the car you want to drive, the clothes you want to wear, the luxury you want to do. You depending on outside other civilization, and then you're talking about, oh, we're victims. What the heck are you talking about? You're powerless. You're dependent people. No one. How can you be depending on other civilization for your sustenance, and you're crying about them? What the heck? Learn to be independent, meaning you won't need anything from them. You can produce everything you consume, whatever you want to enjoy. You make it yourself. That's when you can begin to call yourself powerful, and then you can start talking about maybe whether or not you need a nuclear bomb or not. Because at this point, it's irrelevant to be talking about that. To be honest,
Mike, I think it's
it's
not
it's
possible to be
it's
dependent.
highly, huh?
All right, Zongo is up. Go ahead, Zongo.
I don't think it's wise to be fully like dependent on yourself alone. I mean, you do need to tap like some of the human capital or the technology from other countries, to help your country like grow and flourish.
What did I say? What are you saying?
But anyway, let me just give my closing statement. I think.
Thank you,
Let me
Mike.
land my point. I'm talking. You interrupted me though.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
What
sorry.
I'm saying is, you are depending on others for, i.e., you just mentioned technology and everything. If you're depending on them, then there's no need to, you are a weak person. Learn how to make those things yourself. Learn how to make those technology yourself, so you don't have to depend on others. Once you get to that point, then you can begin to have mouth to talk about how you can free yourself from them. But as long as you are depending on them, even if I wake up today saying I no longer want to kick those people out, like how they think it's so smart, saying we just need to stop exporting and stop doing this. Somebody among you that still need what they was coming from them, we don't want to shoot you. Your own fellow African, we don't want to take you out because what you're talking about doesn't rhyme with his lifestyle. That's why people that kill Thomas Sankara killed him, because Thomas Sankara is saying, "Oh, we should just ban exporting all these things." And many Burkina Faso are like, "Dude, I want to enjoy this luxury thing coming from France." They're like, "Dude, I'm not with your bullshit, man. I can't accept. No one is in Burkina Faso can build these things that I want, and you telling us we can import it?" They took him out. So you have to learn to make everything you want before you can start talking about these other civilizations, or
Thank you,
you
Mike.
want to challenge them. All right, thank you.
Thank,
Yeah.
thank you very much, Mike. All right, let's bring in Mad Dog. Mad Dog, closing statement. Mad Dog, are you there?
On mute.
Big up, big up, big up.
Yeah,
Let me tell you
Mad Dog,
that.
you came in late, but your closing statement will take it.
Yeah. Look. Like you were asking me, I'm gonna say this here. King Max called himself a Christian, innit?
Who?
King, the brother that said something about the
King Mac.
motherland.
Yeah, he said he grew up as Christian, but I think he's more like
But what does the Bible say?
a naturalist, earth person.
Yeah, but what does the Bible say? The Bible say heaven will help those that help themselves in it. The
Right.
problem with us is that we've not helped ourselves. You have to make an effort at least. That's why I said
So you don't support him being a lover and wanting to be helpful.
he can love that. He can be earthful or whatever he is, but hopefully the earth loves him in return.
Well, he said the earth would return the favor.
Yeah, but once again, it doesn't work. This is political business. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
the man with the biggest paper is gonna win overall. But this was something I'm gonna say real quick, right? The battery's running dead as well. Thing is this: as much as I support our ownership of you, whether we have to obtain them from other nations or we have to produce them ourselves, we have to understand that there's a bigger fish to fry, and that fish is within our own. In order for you to gain this view, you have to look into protection, and that has to be basic infrastructure. You know what I mean? Like if we go into crossroads any one of these powers that be as nations whatsoever, it's gonna be because we are threatening their political progression or the maintenance of their political progression. And that's gonna be it boils down to it trickles down to the average citizen population. You know what I mean, that's walking the face of the nation.
Oh, snap, he dropped. All right, Jonathan, Closing statement. I don't know, Mad Dog, what happened to you there. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I just wanted to say, you know, the brother said some things I really didn't like.
Who?
I respect the Christian brother.
Oh, King Mac. King Mac.
Yeah, good old King Mac. When he was talking about African Americans got a colonial mindset. Now we had that mindset in America. I mean, I think we'll be doing a whole lot more better off than we currently doing right now.
Right.
If we had that mindset, unfortunately, we don't. We gotta let everyone in our community mindset and work with their mindset until the shit backfires. So, brother, I think he was talking about Liberia. Look at the history of Liberia. When they went back to Liberia, they settled on the coast. When they was getting ready to have their good old, coming
Good
together
old
and
boys.
take over Africa moment.
Right.
It was issued to them, hey, if y'all don't go up further, they're going to come in and try to take you guys over too. That's what prompted them to go ahead and move up to from the coastline, going up closer up north. And that was just for them to not get colonized. So the brother, he got to at least research it before you actually speak on it. The next thing is this Christian mindset. I'm a Christian too. I read the Bible. Now, this whole earthly crap, let's be realistic now. If we read the Bible, heaven and earth shall pass away. It's going to be set on fire. All right? God said that. He's
So
going
you-
to burn it up. So this idea that the earth is going to get back to us is bull, man. Read the Bible, bro. That's what I'm going to say. Just read the Bible. Revelation chapter 4 is right there. Read it. Thank you for inviting me on the show. Take care.
Hey, you're welcome. You can come anytime. You're welcome to the show. Thank you. All right. Zongo, closing statement.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say like it is very evident that the growing presence of Chinese trade in Africa is serving as a threat to this Western, like the dominance of these Western powers. So I mean, so the ambassador, speaking to the Malawian, is it Namibian president?
Yeah, the
Which was
German ambassador speaking to
the German ambassador speaking to the Namibian president. He was just fighting for his interests, which is totally understandable. So as
Mhm.
us, we have to stay neutral, and like you said, after them we have to entertain the competition so we can exploit the situation to our own advantage, right?
Yeah.
So like them saying and then coming back to a lot of people saying that we have to be isolated and stuff like that. I mean, come on, Africans, we know our problems. Growing up in Ghana, they taught me that the raw materials that we had always has been exported without transforming it to finished good. So the problem is number one, recognized, right? But why can't we transform these raw materials into finished goods? Because we don't have the human capital, the technology,
The infrastructure.
the infrastructure to be able to do that. So I mean,
Because Zongo, you and your friends want nukes.
I mean, they want that though. So I mean, we know the problem. So let's not act like Africans don't really know like what to do or what not to do, right? And then coming back to those in advocate for military like power and something like that. I mean, it's not new to most Africans. I read in Nkrumah's book. It wasn't written by him, by his friend, a close friend from Caribbean. His name is C.R.L. James. Nkrumah and Ghana's revolution, right? Revolution. So when Nkrumah was ousted from power, I mean, he stated like some of the key things most African countries need in order to protect themselves from external aggression or external influence. He did say that we need our own central bank, our own military to protect ourselves from any
Well,
form.
Nkrumah was talking like Tuniger. He wanted nukes too.
No, because he was infiltrate his military base, his military was infiltrated by the West, right? And that's how they use their own
Because he,
people. They use
he
the
was
same
eventually looking for nukes.
exactly. They use the same Africans to overthrow him. So we always claim, oh, we gotta protect ourselves from the West. Sometimes the problem comes within. They use our differences to what? To destabilize us. So I think we have to strengthen our institutions, the forms of education that we have, It's still the colonial form of education that we have. Because Africans, do you know when the British left in Ghana, the same railway system, the transportation system they had was a system that was there to benefit the British. And obviously,
Right.
ever since they left, Ghana is still following the same footsteps. They haven't even thought about trying to how does this
Change it.
infrastructures, these transportation systems serve our own people, but not like the colonial folks, right?
Maybe that's because too much melanin. In fact, I'm gonna do a show about the dangers of melanin in black people.
Yeah, so we need technological I mean, Africans, like I work, I mean, we issue permits to industrial facilities that emit significant air pollution in Washington state. I mean we go to these facilities, man. We see I mean, yeah, I mean, we need technological transfer, skill transfer in order to help Africa move forward. A lot of the panelists on this platform, they make comments about certain issues they don't really understand. I did work in the oil and gas industry, and most of this technology that they have to to discover oil, to produce it, to develop it, we don't have these things, Afidamis. So Tuna is saying we need military power. How can we produce our oil? Because in the oil and gas industry, the service provider is Schlumberger, Halliburton, and most of these are American companies globally. You don't have the skill set. You don't have the human power to be able to do that. And if you go even in Nigeria, you see most of these foreigners helping them to discover and develop their oil. So I think sometimes we have to be more realistic. Let's still engage with the outside world, tap into their technology, tap into, I mean, and gradually by slowly we can be able to develop our own nations and be able to compete like
Be self-sufficient. Thank you,
exactly.
Zango. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Tunaja, hang tight. Mike, you got 30 seconds because you dropped down, but you got 30 seconds. Then Tunaja will do his closing here. Mike, Mad Dog, are you there?
Yeah. You hear me clear?
Yeah, you got 30 seconds to finish up because we're,
Okay. What I was
pressed
gonna
on
say is
time.
this.
So Tunaja can finish up too.
I was gonna say after this, right? Look, people, we got more important things, right? You get me? Rather than worry about me at this point in time. Two, at the latter percent. So it's more like the cherry and the cake thing. Being honest about ourselves. Because
Mad
out
Dog,
there,
Mad Dog, your audio is not on point today.
you know what? Out
I
there,
can I can barely hear you. It's
yeah.
like you're
What I'm
muffled.
saying is, any clear now, yeah, clear.
I'll say something.
Mike Clara.
Yeah. Okay, you got 30 seconds.
What I'm
Because I'm
saying is
pressed.
this.
I'm
What
pressed
I'm
on
saying is this.
time here.
The reason I called in is this, right? You asked the question to someone. You said, what happens if tribalism prevails in the mindset of the politicians that will control the nukes, really, right? Would they destroy? Just imagine they get the nukes and now they want to go destroy some power of the country. You know what I mean? Like, let's say Nigeria get nukes, they want to go destroy the because of tribalism and them things. The problem why that the reason why that's not going to be an issue is because needs to be there to protect the basic infrastructure that's created in the country from the invasion, protect the nation from invasion of other nations that want to come destroy the basic infrastructure that's been created in the country. The leaders that create those infrastructure are not then going to turn around and destroy that infrastructure that is created or a part of their country which they've created
Yeah.
infrastructure in just because of tribalism. Do you get what I'm saying? So the thing is this: create basic infrastructure that can also convince your people. Because you know what the West do when they come with their soft colonization, they come with their soft agendas and all via media. If your people do not have any basic infrastructure that they can live off and build confidence in your government, they would turn on you and then you do not win that war. Look
Th-
at
thank
Nigeria.
you.
There's a
Th-
video flowing up of
thank you.
Nigerians
Thank you. Thank you,
going
Mad
around.
Dog. Thank you,
Oh,
Mad
let
Dog.
me say this. Let me say this out.
Thank
Yeah?
you.
The intel was
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Tunaja. Tunaja, closing statement.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Alfred Demos. I think people should just simplify it. Our people, were enslaved for one specific reason. We didn't have the technology to resist them and colonize. We didn't have the military power to fight back. That is the crux of it all. It's always about power. Don't make the mistake of anything else. If people can catch you and start breeding you like animals, it
Yeah.
tells you what power can do. So let's not mix things up. And when I say we should go for, in the context of this in the topic in China being in Africa, it's a good thing because it gives us option and it gives us the ability to play both sides to get the maximum out of it. And this is something that anybody that is involved in African affairs should be keep that in mind. Don't trade for trinkets. Trinkets are nothing. Train lines are not going to do you any good if you are not secure. It's no, you are just working for other people. That's all it is. We know how it works. If the bully is in the playground, you can have your mom can cook all the best food the she likes for you. The bully can just come and take it.
So,
It's very
Tunaja,
simple.
what do you think about this Mother Earth theory?
I think he means well, but he's not confronting the realities of the world. Because the reality of the world also says that you have to be able to defend yourself. In the Bible, it says, sell your clothes and buy a sword. In the Bible, when this is Joshua led the Israelites to the land of Canaan, and he sent spies to go and view the land of Canaan, and they came back to him and said, "Those people are huge. They are so massive. We were scared."
The giants.
And then they sent them around for 40 years inside the desert before until they built the courage to face the reality of life before they got the homeland that they call Israel. So in this world, he favors the brave. You can't pretend as if you are going to be cowardly and you expect to survive in this world. They know where you are. They are not going to fall and die. They are not going to catch a heart attack like the way some people expect them to do. They will not. They are smart. They are not stupid.
But you're not worried about some Oga like giving the codes to their girlfriend?
Okay, so that point about our division amongst ourselves and some of our antics, you see, they forget that even European countries are divided. The reason why there is no perfect state to actually be brave in. All of them, you always have to have enough. We have more than enough to develop anything we want to develop. Like America now, over 50% of American Republicans want to break the country up. Do they know that? But yet, America is still the superpower of the world while they are doing all this. Why did America not say, let's settle our problem after before we start dealing with Ukraine or China? This type of attitude is an excuse for paralysis and inaction, so that we send the weakness down one generation down again. This is I sympathize with their the idea of let's not rile, threaten anybody and make anybody feel uncomfortable. You will have to. There is no other inheritance for you in this world. I don't know how people cannot wake up to that reality. It's just that simple. Somebody that is oppressing you today will never stop oppressing you until you give the person a reason to. You know what? Nature hates you for it because you create a vacuum of weakness, and nature will punish you for it. Nature punishes that too. There's no use of an antelope pleading mercy with a lion. Nature will punish that antelope. Clearly, it will become a meal until the antelope decides that I'm going to become a lion or a dragon. That is the only way you survive. This is the world you live in. That is how God has made it. And if you don't want to play the game the way it's meant to be played, even his prophets in the Bible and his kings in the Bible had to fight to get what they got.
You got a point there too, Niger. You got a point.
This idea that some people just feel like, oh, we have to play possum, that they're going to fall down and die. It's just, I don't understand the mentality. And I think it's born out of fear. Fear for what? You're not going to die. You're going to live forever. How many years have you got left in this world? Your children are going to, you want to render your children so that they face a future of slavery? They will be heaping costs on you when all that is happening to them because you didn't do the job that you were supposed to do. We have to wake up to the realities of the challenges of our lives. You can't pretend as if you are going to live forever and because of that you are scared. You are not going to live forever. You are still going to die. And the destiny that still awaits you if you don't act is still there. It's not going to disappear because you pretend as if it doesn't exist. The world is organizing itself aggressively. They are all organizing themselves from Asia to the Middle East, all of them. Africans need to be waking up to it. Because if you don't wake up to
Thank you
it,
very
they're
much.
going to dine on us. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you
to
for having
Niger.
me.
Folks, no problem. Guys, that was to Niger with the closing statement. You guys heard him. As he said, this is what nature is. If you don't want to play according to what nature is, don't be surprised when you become, the slave. Let me read some of these super chats here that I've missed out on. G Black, thank you for the super chats. Let me read these super chats that he's dropped here. He's Spellcaster, thank you. He said, here is a donation for you to buy a Burna Boy CD. Oh, I'll make sure I get that Burna Boy CD, even though I don't use CDs, but I'll make sure I do that. Here we go. Give me a moment. Okay. G Black said, even hunters and gatherers sharpened their weaponry and military first. Yes, the hunter-gatherers did have weapons. And there was a saying, it's a Kikwana saying, a sharp spear needs no polishing. So there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for watching, and also all of you that participated in the panel. And I want to thank all the panelists and all those who hit the super chats and the likes. Hit the like while you are at it. Let me thank G Black and others for the super chat here. Here we go. And also, I have to thank the pretendians for continuing to pretend.
Let's talk about this. Your DNA testing, pretendians. Right? And I'm still waiting for the pretendians to get their DNA. All my I ain't from Africa people, you have not taken the DNA test. I want to know why. All you pretendians, why are you not taking the DNA test? If you don't come from Africa, why can't you take the DNA test so we can know that you came from Mexico or California or Venezuela? You came from Montana. We need the pretendians to take the DNA tests. If you're so native to America and you're not from Africa, please take the DNA test.
All right. That was Dr. Umar calling on all the pretendians to take their DNA test. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is bringing us to the end of the Afridamus Report show today. If you didn't already hit that like button. But until next time, I'm out, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up, what's the problem?